There we go. What's going on, everybody? Good to see everyone, Argonauts. Welcome to a Saturday stream. It is August 29th, 2020. It is 8:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or actually, no, Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to some D&D with viewers tonight. And this is a special D&D with viewers, as you will see, because as I was rounding about and trying to deal with work and dealing with family stuff and, all the kinds of things that make up a life, and trying to, ignore people freaking out about one single outlier political poll in the United States that makes them think that the election is over. Oh man, I swear. Sometimes some people need a basic course in what statistics means. Anyway, but while that has been going on, I happen to fall down this little bit of a rabbit hole, which I'm going to share with all of you in just a moment. And it gave me an idea for D&D with viewers tonight. But before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ARV2, which has past broadcasts of this and other streams. Please check out our Discord with !ARVCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please check out our Twitter, my Twitter, with !ARV tweets, where I will always tweet out what's going on in, my own life and family and streaming and music and writing and gaming and things like that, and teaching, of course, and occasionally a bit of politics falls in there too. And then all the website for that is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ARV shop is the merchandise area where you can check out stuff from the Infinity and Beyond crew, which is currently playing Curse of Strahd, of course, and the Adventures in Middle-earth crew, which is currently playing Erebor Adventures. We're also going to have some Esper Genesis stuff up there soon, fairly soon, actually, and I'm excited to get that expanded, so that supports the channel. Also supporting the channel, of course, is the Patreon, !ARVtreon, and you may have noted, yeah, exactly, Arudno. Well, no, it was this stupid poll. Okay, I'll talk about it in a second. For 3 seconds, because I really don't want to spend much time. But yeah, I totally get you. But anyway, yes, so the Patreon, you can see that it is $3.93, and that's not because all of a sudden we had this enormous surge. It's because we had another person who is anonymous who converted from a once-a-month to supporter to a once-a-year supporter, which means that they spent ahead of time. They basically paid ahead of time. They saved 16% per month, and they are now set through September of next year, which is great. So they can be, as part of the Patreon supporters of this channel until we are getting over the insanity of coronavirus, basically. So they've got a year where they can hang out with us. I'm partially, mostly joking, but I'm not joking about the fact that they've supported us annually. So I appreciate that. So that's why that number is high. It's going to drop down to a more rational level next month because of the way they have this set up. There's been a big discussion on Patreon about how this ought to actually be represented, because it does make it look as if we just got this massive surge when it's really just someone who's jumping on board for the whole year. So anyway, it is what it is. Patreon can sometimes be frustrating with this stuff, but I am really appreciative of people who've supported it. It really does make a difference in the channel, and I'm hoping, well, that too, Dragon, but that insanity is going to end in January, my friend. That insanity is going to end as of our vote in November, and he will officially be out in January, knock on wood, but it's going to require all of us to be a part of it, obviously, but we need to pull together to make that happen. So yes, in any case, the Patreon allows you to get copies of one of my band's albums, professional writing critique, a character background written for you, an epic poem written for you. These are all possible things you could get depending on the tier and level that you support. And of course, the channel as a whole continues to move towards that possible Arvanaut Idol goal, towards that possible Talisman Tournament goal, and other things like that. So please jump on board and support there if you possibly can. Plus, of course, inspirations for the players. Same thing goes, by the way, with the sub button, which is currently sitting at about 75 subscribers. We had a few people that dropped off because of one of the gift subs that went away, so other people can now jump on board if they wish. That would always be appreciated, and that's good stuff, Dragon. I'm glad to hear that, Arudnell, actually. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. So your mom hasn't voted since my freshman year of high school is basically what that comes down to. Oh, man. Anyway, but yes, that is the deal with the Patreon. And then, as I said, that sub button, which also gives you those custom sub badges, the emotes, and again, inspirations to help the players. So please consider jumping on board there as well. And remember, September is coming. So in a couple of days, you're going to be able to re-up or subscribe for the first time or give gift subs at a lower rate. It'll actually cost you less money, and it will be the same amount of money for me, but less money for the month of September. So that is coming up as well. And then last, the publishing stuff, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels from Athos Arts. Again, I want to mention, I noticed a couple of other people jumped on board and gave reviews on Goodreads. If you were one of the lovely people who were kind enough to support me by buying Icarus and Jelinek, and if you got them from the Kickstarter and you've read them and you're like, these are pretty good, I would love it if you could tell people that they were really good on Goodreads, because that helps our algorithm there and on Amazon and on other places. So please leave a review if you've gotten them. That really does make a difference. However, of course, if you didn't like it, then I appreciate you supporting anyway. And regardless, I really do appreciate the support that people gave in having it. The retail release of that is November 10th. So exclamation point Icarus for details on that. Exclamation point Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. Exactly, Garlic Tofu. Yes, exactly. And someone who should know, actually. Exclamation point, I'll come back to Athos in a second, by the way. Exclamation point Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Doing really, really well on Drive-Thru RPG, Silver Seller, print edition coming soon, but we'd love to get more support there as well. And exclamation point Greyshade KS for details about my Greyshade Kickstarter. I've been playing basically email tag, essentially, scheduling tag with the company which is going to be running the Greyshade Kickstarter. So I swear I am going to know very, very soon. I'm going to send, we're going to be in contact very soon, and I will have a definitive answer about whether this thing is happening in October or February. I apologize that I haven't gotten back to you about that yet, but I will. And then last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, I was thinking about this quite a bit actually over the last couple of days, not just because of what happened to Jacob Blake and because of what we have been doing repeatedly on this channel and elsewhere, but also because of what happened with Chadwick Boseman yesterday. Really, really sad, and even more sad given the fact that this was someone who was a good actor who had done a lot of good work and was just reaching his, was just getting to his peak, had so many good years of acting left in him, and really had a powerful and profound impact, not just on people who were watching all over, but specifically on Black viewers who finally had a chance to see themselves represented as a major superhero on screen in a major way. And again, I watched the last 25 minutes last night of Black Panther again, and just... It was deeply, deeply sad, and I think it's one of those ones that really hit people hard because of the impact, and I think because of the circumstances in which we find them. So, I was just very impressed, with his life. I was impressed with him as an actor even before he passed away, but it was the impact that he had on people who were grieving him after his death was something else. So, and of course, all of you know, I have a personal connection to the cancer scourge and what that can do to people. So sorry to hear that. Again, our thoughts and prayers in a meaningful way, not just a whatever way, but in a meaningful way to his friends and family. And he really did have an impact. So yeah, I was very sorry to hear that. But in the context of that, in the context of Black lives that are lost and Black lives that have been shot down in the streets, it was really great yesterday to be able to host the announcement about the new anthology coming out coming out from Athos Arts, which is, of course, going to be edited by Maurice Broaddus. Was very excited to announce John Helfers is going to be associated with that, and, of course, Athos being associated with this, and Maurice out front. We've already gotten some authors on board who are going to be amazing for this. More details on this to come, but I couldn't be more honored to be associated in any way, just as even promoting from the side this anthology, which again has a wonderful publisher with Athos, a wonderful editor with Maurice, and we'll have a wonderful author list as well. So I think it's very appropriate under the circumstances that's what we're dealing with there. So, with all that said, schedule-wise, folks, we have got some D&D with viewers coming up tonight, and then our last stream of August is going to be on Monday, and on Monday we have got Emberwind coming up, and then we will be moving into September, which promises to be a very busy month. I do want to mention to everyone, if you've got an inspiration left, you've got 2 spots left to use it. You can use it tonight, or you can use it on Monday, and after that, everything resets for the month of September. So be aware those inspirations are available to you. We didn't have a chance chance to use any in that really awesome session last night, the Esper Genesis session last night, but you may have a chance to use it today, depending on how things go. So with that said, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to turn on that. What's going on, everyone? Good to see you all. I hope everyone's doing well and is looking forward to what I hope is going to be an awesome stream. Now, so I have this new thing about D&D with viewers that I wanted to bring up to people. What is that? That is a piece of lint that I wanted to bring up to people. And it's I don't know whether I'm going to do this every time, but it's definitely something that I wanted to check at least with. I wanted to give it a shot because I was just really excited about this thing. So to see what I'm talking about, I'm going to post this up here. And then we're going to talk about the D&D with viewers thing. So let me just pull up studio mode. And let's do this, and let's do this. Okay. And I'm going to move that down like that. And we're going to shrink it down a little bit. Okay, like this. All right. And then I'm going to move that around. So what you all are looking at right now is a link to a website, or is actually the actual website, which is right here. And I'm going to post it so all of you can see what it is that I'm looking at. Because they did all rock the role-playing. That was a really great session last night. It's true, Trish. And it's good to see everybody. So right here is this thing called Donjon. I know that's not how I just always love calling it that. .bin.sh. And then I have /5e. So I happen to be looking around for sort of, one-shot adventures and things like that I often do. And then I came across this. And I got really intrigued by it for this reason. I'm going to cover my face for a minute, okay? So you could just see my torso, Dice Whisperer. So what you're looking at here is a random dungeon generator. Now, there are many of these that exist, except this one happens to be super random in the way that it's constructed. So the way it works is when you first load it, it comes up with a dungeon name, the Lost Labyrinth of Ruin. You put what level dungeon we're on. So we're going to say dungeon level 1 for here. How many people are going through it? And then you go to these things, a dungeon motif. So you have, when you say none versus abandoned, that basically means if you say abandoned, it means there's no monsters in the actual dungeon. So abandoned just means there's no one there. None means that there's nothing to know about it. It just could be any kind of a monster. But there are special kinds of dungeons. Aberrant dungeons, which would have a lot of abominations that would be found in them. Giant dungeons, which would have, as you might expect, a lot of giants. Undead, we have a lot of undeads there. Hey, what's up, Shadowed? Vermin, so we're talking, rats, carrion crawlers, things like that. Aquatic, so you would have, obviously, a lot of aquatic creatures, mermen and Kuotoa and, those type of things. Desert, so, here we're talking about desert-like creatures, scorpions, giant scorpions, and stuff like that. The Underdark, I don't think I need to tell anyone about that. Dark elves, spiders, things of that sort. And then we've got arcane, so we have lots of magical creatures, presumably djinn and things like that. And then fire elementals, cold elementals, abyssal, so we're talking demon, we're talking like creatures from the abyss, and infernal, so demons and things like that. So you've got this sort of thing, right? Hello, Leaky. I'm troubled by the name, but what's up? So we've got that. Then we got the map style. So the point is, I can put this in. So let's say that I wanted to say, let's make it abyssal, okay? And then I wanted to say, we're going to make it a map style. Now on the right, you can see the preview, right? So what you're seeing right now is standard. Here's the classic. Now, anyone who's ever seen the old D&D will know exactly what this is. The classic blue and white printing on this type of stuff is huge. Your kids picked it? Okay. All right, that sounds good. Hello, Cheese Sauce God. Hello, everybody. So we've got the map style, which is classic. So we've got that right here, right? Then we've got crosshatch. I happen to like that too. That's kind of like old school where you've got the crosshatch in between the rooms. You've got graph paper, just basic as you might expect. Parchment, which I like a lot, right? Marble, sandstone. So basically like the style of the map. So let's go with sandstone for now. Then you've got the grid. So you can do hexes, you can do vertical hexes, or you can do square. So we'll stick with square. You could also just do none if you wanted nothing at all, but let's stay with square for right now. Then you've got dungeon layout. You got a rectangle. You've got a square, like that. You've got a box. You've got a cross. You've got a dagger. You've got a saltire. You have got a keep, hexagon, round, and cavernous. So something like that, right? So that's the deal. This particular one is very formulaic. I normally don't do it this way, but I'm giving this a shot. This is basically giving you a bunch of things that we're combining together. I wanted to give this a shot, and I'll explain how it's going to work in a minute. Then you've got dungeon size, all the way from fine, all the way up to colossal or custom. And colossal, by the way, is enormous. In fact, I will show you in a minute what it generates when you do a colossal, but I'll show you in a minute. Then you got peripheral egress, yes, many, tiling. So you've got these ones. That basically is, do you have other things? Like you can see there's an exit there. So there's one exit. Here you've got many exits. And here you have this tiled. So you've got basically it could basically hook into any of the other tiles that you would have. Stairs, you can have many stairs. Whoa, lots of stairs. Or you can have no stairs. So it could all just be on one level. Okay. Room layout. You've got symmetric. You've got complex. You've got scattered. You've got sparse. So you see what I'm getting at? This is all set up to do these different things. And then the room sizes. Colossal, which doesn't even fit on here probably. Gargantuan, medium, right? And then doors. You have death trap doors. That means a bunch of traps. Standard. Secure, so you have a lot of locked doors. Basic, so just kind of your basic doors. And then no doors. So all that kind of thing. And then corridors. Labyrinth style, straight, or errant. So they do a whole bunch of things. And you can remove any dead end. So you can have no dead ends removed. You can remove all dead ends, or you can have some, right? So there's all kinds of different things that you can do with this. So here's the part. Let me just show you what it looks like if I were to construct a gargantuan for just a minute. We're not going to do this, but just to show you. Actually, I'll show you fine first. So here's, if we constructed a fine dungeon, here's what it looks like. The Lost Labyrinth of Ruin. Now, what it gives you down here is it will show you dungeon was created by a lawful evil wizard as a tomb. Its creator was destroyed by internal conflict, and the dungeon has been conquered and altered many times since then. And then it shows you, basically gives you a key. It has wandering monsters, and each one of these rooms is queued out. So you have things like an unlocked iron door, an unlocked bone door. It shows you if there's creatures in there. There's one monster, an orog. There's a cube of solid stone. And there's little like features, like someone has scrawled, Melee's Covenant killed 12 orcs here on the north wall. Like all these little details, right? So this is when you do fine. And by the way, you can download this plus the key, and you can do a player's map, and you can do your own map also. So you could do all of these things, and you can include or remove the grids as you wish, right? But let's say that we were like, all right, what happens if we do it the other side? And we said abyssals. Those are the creatures that we'll find here. What if I said colossal? Here we go. Wait for it. Pow! Yeah! That right there, people, is a dungeon. I mean, I ask you. And all of these are queued in, right? Like all of these have these things created by a lawful neutral. Wizard is a lair. You know, withered corpses like archway. Some of these rooms are empty. Abyssal wretch. A magical statue in the east side of the room answers question with insults. A pile of rotten apples lies in the center of the room. Just like, so this enormous dungeon. Okay, so we are not going to do fine, nor are we going to do colossal. Yeah, like, right? It would be ridiculous. So, okay. So what we would do then is, let's say that we switch this to small. Let's say that I made this cavernous. And let's say that we changed it to none. So basically anything could be found here. Let's see what we get. Now our Lost Labyrinth would be... I mean, I'd like to play a Colossal Dungeon in general. I just don't think it works for D&D with viewers. Here we go, the Lost Labyrinth of Ruin. And see, now you can see that you've got a cavern here. Created by a lawful neutral rogue as a stronghold, became cursed by the gods, has lain empty for many years until recently. And then you've got a sloped pit, a stack of barrels. Someone has scrawled, his paladin is dead in draconic script on the north wall. A dagger hilt lies on the east side of the room. So really, the point here is you can make almost anything. If we did a completely random thing, it would pick it all on its own. That means it is picked, let's see. We ended up with a... So this is like, it looks like a small or a medium dungeon. It's marble in the background, created by dwarves as a shrine. And then the corridors have different information here as well, like all of this stuff also. So the thing I like, right, exactly. See, I agree with you, Leaky. That's exactly right. That's the big thing is normally, if you were just doing this, this is not going to grant you what you need as far as story, but it can give you enough, if you're experienced, and I am, it'll give you enough to sort of give you some hooks to work with. Moreover, people, I want to show you this. There is also this is based on the RWBY animated series produced by Rooster Teeth. So you create a team name, which is any motif, and it creates a team size 4, any gender, any race, any class. So Team Boar looks like this. Brandylock, a female half-elf druid neutral. Strength 11, Dex 6, Gone 11, blah, 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 blah. Brandy is blonde hair, dark gray eyes, thin nose, wears hide armor, wields a scimitar and wooden shield, haunted by the ghost of someone she killed. Octavia Corwin, female human sorcerer, neutral good, strength 9, Dex 11, blah, 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 blah. Octavia is matted black hair, narrow blue eyes, thin nose, wears modest garments, wields a dagger. Octavia is gentle and covetous, and so on and so on. So the point is, you can actually even generate a party, essentially, for people to do this with. And the thing that's cool about this is that they have generators for everything. They have a random encounter generator, for example, like these. You can also have them generate, let's say, a weird magic item. Oil of infernal espionage. You can use an action to apply this small vial of clear oil to an iron door. The coated area becomes transparent from your side of the door and remains transparent from 1 minute or until wiped off as an action. That's really freaking cool. The skull goblet. Glamored whip. I mean, so the point is just like so much cool little stuff that they have built into this place. So I was just like, and it also fits with D20, with AD&D, with all kinds of just sort of general fantasy, Pathfinder, 4E. So it's got all of these things that you can do, and it's wild. So what I am going to propose then for everyone is what we're going to do is as follows. So the way that D&D with viewers works, as people know if you've watched me for quite a while, is the way it works usually is that I ask people who are interested in playing some D&D with me. There are a couple of caveats. Caveat number 1 is that you need to have at the least a microphone. If you don't have a microphone, you're out of luck. I need to be able to hear people. And preferably, it would be preferable if people also had webcams. They are strongly recommended if possible. It's not an absolute no, but it's a kind of would prefer, that we have people who do that. So that's the second requirement. Third requirement is you need to be able to commit 3 to 3.5 hours to this, because it's no fun if you start and then you have to leave 45 minutes in. So you have to be willing to commit for the next 3 hours or so to play some D&D. And the fourth commitment is, although you don't need to have, it would be helpful if you knew some of at least the basics of D&D. Excuse me. Doesn't mean that you need to have like absolutes, like you don't need to know every little last deep tons of experience is not necessary. If you just know the basics, like when I say roll a d20, if you don't go, what is a d20? That might be a problem. But if you know what a 20-sided die means and all that kind of stuff, then you should probably be in pretty good shape. And so the idea here is the webcam window, you own a business and internet trolls. I understand. Yes, trolls can be a thing. I understand. But anyway, you've got those things that are going on. And then the last thing is I prefer, I shouldn't say that. I give preference to initially people who have not played with me before. Typically the way it works is that when we do one of these things, typically we have a mix of people that have played with me before or haven't. So it's a combination. So it doesn't mean that you can't throw your hat in the ring if you played before with me or if you play on another campaign in this channel. It just means that I'm going to privilege those who have never played with me before over those who haven't, and then we'll see how things go. So with that said, I am looking for... sorry, I forgot the cool part. I mean, that's all cool too. When we have picked the players, the way this is going to work is we are going to let people then, once they've gotten in, we're going to randomly generate the characters that are going to be used in the party. I will let the players decide which of the characters they would like to choose among. So they can choose among those. Once we have those, then I will be able to send you the basic statistics that you've got based upon the generator that I just showed you. Then what we're going to do, and this is the little twist that I thought I would add in from that I have not tried before, is I'm going to then ask the players to turn off the streams. I'm going to ask them to turn off everything except, of course, the Zoom or Discord, whatever we're doing this in. And I am going to let the rest of chat, decide what kind of dungeon they're going to go into. So when I showed you this business about like all the different things that you could pick, I'm going to let chat decide this by picking some of the details of this. Right now, this is called the Hive of Awesome Evil. So, do you want there to be aberrant, giant, undead, vermin, that sort of thing? Do you want this to be a square? Do you want this to be a rectangle or a box or cross or a dagger? Do you want it to be, I'm not going to go above colossal. I'm probably going to keep the size set, so because small will allow us to actually get through it. Are there going to be no stairs? Lots of stairs, some stairs. Are we going to have a symmetric room scattered? So I'm going to give basically chat the chance to choose these different choices, to choose these different ideas, right? Then we're going to construct the dungeon, and then it will be the job of yours truly, basically, to decide how this is going to tie together story-wise. So I'm going to try to construct a basic story to the way this dungeon appears, and I'll try to fit it in. This is kind of, playing/DMing without a net, but I think it's going to be fun. And so, all right, Shadow, it's good to see you, man. So that's the deal, and I'm looking forward to it. But that's what we're going to do. So it's going to be, everyone is going to be involved in this one, not just watching, but actually engaged in seeing how the dungeon works. So I'm going to start with the players. So which players can I get from people? Who is interested in playing? And you folks all know the drill. Again, webcam is preferred, but not required. Microphone is definitely required, though. You need to commit 3 to 3.5 hours to doing it. And you need to be, the last thing is, you need to be a generally good individual. If it turns out you were a troll, you will be banished with prejudice and will never be allowed back in here again. But that has not happened to this point because we generally have a good people. So who is interested in playing? Now, again, I will put, players that have not played over ones who have, but anyone is allowed to play. So even if you played with me before, please throw your hat in the ring and we will see how that goes. Absolutely. Esterma, I am happy to have you on board, even though you do not have a webcam, because of your deep role in the community. I will take you on board. Okay, so Esterma is one player. You'd be interested after you watch it happen? All right. Well, you might get a chance then. To do that. At least you can be part of the chat deciding determining how the dungeon works out, basically, Leaky, is what I would say with that. Okay, so Esterma is volunteer number 1. I need at least 2 and maybe 3 more people to be a part of this. 2 or 3 more to be part with Esterma of this dungeon, which we don't know anything about yet. And they're about to find out. What else have we got? We got Esterma. And who else do we have? Who else would like to be a part of this? Again, if you played with me before, you can still volunteer. That's okay. It's just that if we get more volunteers than players, then I'll put that over the other one. So that's the deal. Cool. I usually do this every other month, Leaky, so that's fine. You're in a D&D campaign of your own. I see how it is, Nonstop. I see how it is. That's cool, though. Okay, who else? Who is going to jump on board and be a part of this? Who knows? The trip may take you to the Hive of Awesome Evil. Or maybe you'll be taken to... Maybe you'll find yourself in the dread lair of souls. Or perhaps you'll be in the forsaken undercrypt of ruin. Or maybe you'll be in the black delve of Ilfang the Kobold Lord. I mean, who knows what you could actually be. All right, Leaky, you're going to jump on board? Very well. All right, now that's 2. So I have Esterma, who I do know, Leaky, who is fairly new here. I'll be a puppet for the chat. All right, cool, that's 2. I need at least 1, preferably 2 more. At least 1, preferably 2 more people. And again, does not need to be someone who's brand new. We have two people, one who has been a long time member, one who's newer than that. So I nominate. They have to be willing to volunteer, though. Here, if you need me, Beholding Mac for more people to try it. Yes-ish is what I would say to that, Leaky. The pre-made characters here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send along character sheets. And then what I'm going to do is I'll have you fill those in based upon what that random generator that I showed you for the characters actually does. And then we'll play a lot of it by ear. I don't, obviously we'll be expecting that sort of deal. So that's what we're going to be doing. So you don't know who you're going to be playing either. Yeah, there's a little character creator. But the character creator, again, it gives you statistics, it gives you equipment, but it doesn't like fill out, everything for you. This is going to be level 1, by the way. You'll all be level 1. So that's the deal with that. Okay, I appreciate that. So we're going to say that Trish is a good possibility, but is waiting to see if other people will jump on board. That's 3. I would love to have one more person so we can have a 4-person adventure in here, up in his house. One more person to join is Terma, Leaky, and Trish. Assuming we don't get a flood of people, in which case Trish will step back. And Trish, by the way, keep in mind, everybody, Trish started as a D&D with viewers player, and now she is one of, along with Echo Alpha X5, of course, the Shadow crew. So it's now Echo and Trish and Rockod and Hoodie with Shadowed Mage as your DM, and it started with her playing D&D with viewers. So, who knows where things can go, depending on how these things happen. Exactly. Who will step across this line and take up the mantle? And nobody can replace you. Yeah, he's got no internet. Unfortunately, he's doing this on the phone. Okay, I need 2 others. Oh, sorry, 1 other. I only need 1 other because we've got Trish here. I need 1 more person. 1 more. Consider that you could end up receiving as a result of this adventure. You could get as a result of this adventure, folks. Nope, not that. You could get. No. Where's my thing? Thank you for the follow, Leaky. Anything less than a level 10 character. Am I going to get you on board here, Dragon? I've heard you talk quite a bit about the possibility of doing this, Oh, random encounter. That's what it is. What if you actually ended up getting a damp bag? Reaching into the bag reveals the presence of a small damp object. You can use an action to pull the damp object from the bag and throw it to 20 feet. When the object lands, it transforms into either a giant seahorse or an octopus. Where else are you going to get this kind of magic item? Where else are you going to find a giant seahorse or octopus bag? Where are you going to find this? Okay, cool, Echo. I mean, really, like where are we going to find this? 1 more. What do you mean you're busy shaving? What? That is the worst excuse I've ever heard. I'm busy shaving. What are you doing shaving at like freaking 8 o'clock at night? The heck? Okay, I need 1 more person. I would love 1 more person, please. Yeah, it's true. I'm not asking what they're... No, and I won't. I know Dragon Spear pretty well, though. Who else wishes to join this crew? And you can see the rules listed that Echo is kind enough to put right there. You will get a chance to join this intrepid group of adventurers represented at the moment by his Terma, Leaky, and Trish right now. Dragonspear forgot it's his dog's goldfish's funeral tonight. Yeah, exactly. Dragon's just mad because I didn't like the stealth in Tron 2.0. That's all that's going on there. You got a mic but no webcam. I'm going to have like 3 people with no webcams, huh? All right, well, let me ask you, Nixie. Are the rest of those things being not part that experience? You have some experience or knowledge of D&D. You don't have to have like tons, just some. And you're a nice, agreeable person. And 3 hours. Do those all work? Those are the requirements, basically. I mean, if you've got those things, then I think we're good to go. All right, so we've got Esterma, Leaky. Ah, okay. If you can, I mean, that's fine either way, but all right. Nixie plays. All right. Nixie plays and Trish. And I think, actually, yeah, that's very true. You did get me to play both. It was fine. I actually did do a good deal of it. Okay, we're good to go. We have got Esterma, we've got Leaky, we've got Nixie plays, and I think it'll be nice for, yeah, I'll find out about that. Although it would be nice to be able to have someone that's not on a webcam. I mean, it's rather that is on a webcam. So I will say that, one way or the other. But we will see. All right, so just confirming, Esterma, you're on board, yes? Leaky, you're on board, yes? Nixie, you're on board, yes. And Trish, you're on board, yes. Are these all, can I get a yes, sir, confirmed, huzzah, success? No, that's fine. That's fine, Nixie. As long as you're able to hear us, though, and connect that way. I'm on board getting my laptop set up. Okay. This term is good. Trish will step back if need be. Won't do cam, but I am in. Yes, I'm bored. Okay, cool. No, that's fine, Leaky. Okay, so let's say okay. All right, so we got our peoples. So I'm going to move this out of the way. I'm going to come back to that in a little bit. Oh, no problem, Nixie. No problem. What you're going to do is also I should have mentioned that I do appreciate it if people follow the channel. At least I noticed that Leaky already did that. It is nice if people can follow the channel if they're going to be part of this, since it is D&D with viewers. Certainly not a requirement to sub or do any of that kind of cool stuff unless you want to. But so that could say Lomb. Thank you, Nixie. I appreciate that. Just seems reasonable. So we got plenty of space for the map on screen. Yes, no, we will definitely have that. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send each of you. No, that's fine, Nixie. No problem. I'm going to send each of you a link, and I think we'll do this. I think what we're going to do is, I think I'm going to do this via Discord. I think is the easiest way to do it. So what I'm going to do is that Discord server. If everyone, please, who sees that could just go over and join my Discord. The reason is, once you get in, I'm going to send you a friend request, and I'm going to set up a room for us to play within Discord so that people can hear and potentially see you. So that is what I'm going to do. If you have not already, I see some people are here. That's pretty funny, and I think I know who this is. You have a very consistent approach, Leaky, in these things. Got you, and okay, I have sent friend requests to both of you. I have sent friend requests to you both, so if you folks could look in your friend request and accept them, please. Your kids do. No, it's okay. Are your kids going to be watching this? I'm curious. It just will make it interesting as I'm appealing. We'll have a character name anyway, so it'll be fine. It's fine. All right, so I see that Nixie has accepted the friend request. If you could do the same thing, I would appreciate that, Leaky. And then Trish, I'm already. Am I friends with you already on this? If not, I will do that. I kind of just assumed I was, but I may not be. I have sent you a friend request just in case. And then, oh, you have 6 kids and they went off to oh, wow. Okay, so you'll have to find out from them. Wow, okay. I dig it. That's funny. Hey, what's up, Polar? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you so much for subbing again last night, my friend. Good to see you. Okay, so I sent a friend request off to Trish as well. So I just need, awesome, and there's Trish. So all I need now is, let's see, is Terma. I don't know if I've got you as a friend on here or not, but I'm going to send you a friend request, and then I'm going to set up a group. And then we're going to do this. D&D without a net, people. This is Dungeons and Improvigans things. All right, I am going to add a couple of things here. We're going to add a couple of other people to this. We're going to add this. We're going to add this. Okay, and I've got one more person that I'm going to be adding into that group in just a minute. And I think that means that Esterma has already accepted it. So I'm going to add one more person to this list. There we go. Added. All right. All right, I'm gonna start. Let's see. I'm nervous. You'll do fine, Nixie. It's gonna be fun. All right, I'm gonna start a video call. If you don't have a webcam, don't worry about it. Just pick up the audio, and that'll be fine. But I'm gonna start a video call here. If you don't have a webcam, don't worry about it. Just pick up the audio. I can already hear the volume being picked up. Okay, good. I can see Trish, who is going to be our veteran. Trish is our veteran who's going to hold down.
Oh, hold on. Let me turn the stream down. Crap. Oh, right. There we go.
Okay, we've got
that's probably a good idea.
Let's see. Let me make sure can people hear me in Discord or not?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, very cute, Esterma. I already know. We already know how that's going to work. And then Trish, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, lovely. Great. All right, I am going to bring all of you folks into a window here. And I'm going to add you into this group right here. So give me just 1 second whilst I do that. All right. And we're going to get a chance to see here what the dungeon is that you are all going to go through.
I will exit out of your stream while you do that.
All right. Yeah, don't do that quite yet, though. Let me make sure that I get it. Yeah, don't do it quite yet. Because I'm just capturing videos right now. So give me 1 sec, and I'll do that.
Okay.
I just muted it.
Say again?
I just muted the stream.
Oh, okay, yeah. that actually works. All right. There we go. All right, so I have captured Trish's window. Just about. All right, now chat, as I'm doing this, as I'm capturing these windows and I'm getting prepared to launch these people into their inevitable fate, I mean to their exciting adventure that is going to be no problem and they'll totally handle without any issues. As I get ready to do that, remember, chat, that it is going to be your job to decide what kind of adventure they're actually going to go on. You're going to have to decide what is before them, whether they are going to encounter aquatic creatures, desert creatures, some, mix of that, whether they're going to find, lots of traps, whether they're going to find everything is very gentle and it's just like a, like a fluffy bunny. It's like going to a Build-A-Bear at the mall. You get to decide what ultimately is going to happen to them. And so just remember, are you in a good mood today? Did you have not such a great mood? Are you going to take that out on them? These are all things that you want to consider.
We're going to die.
Yeah, I was just going to say, all of them are just like, oh, God. Well, crap.
I'd prefer a Caribbean cruise, please.
Yeah, I mean, right? These are the wages of... Okay. Just about got everyone good to go.
That would work if they had like an aquatic battle. Just have like the ship under siege.
Absolutely. No, I think that there's a lot going on with that. So TPK with horrible deaths. See, Praetor's Rejects is a D&D, longtime D&D player himself. So I feel like, are you acknowledging, Praetors, that this is what you would look for in your dungeons, is terrible deaths? I just want to make sure I'm clear on what we're dealing with here.
I've covered some horrible deaths over the years. So you're gonna have to really work if you're gonna make it horrible.
Make it really horrible. Or we're talking like Tomb of Horrors type horrible, like that kind of horrible.
Worse.
Worse. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, we will say. I actually don't go out of my way to kill people. I just call balls and strikes. I'm just the ref. That's all I do. Okay. Good, so I am... Oh, and then it'd be help if I actually put my picture up there. I suppose some of you might want to see me, maybe, perhaps not. Okay, where am I? There I am. I need to make sure that I am also visible so people can see who is responsible for making up a story based upon what chat has developed. All right, here we go, folks. I'm going to transition us over. And pay no attention to those names. Those names are typically the names that get used for the GOG folks, but that is not going to be what they're going to be playing today. They're not going to be playing that. So I'm going to allow themselves to introduce. I'm going to have them introduce themselves, and then I'm going to ask them to mute the stream, and I'm going to use the honor system. Do not look at the chat. Don't look at anything like that while we're in the middle of selecting it in just a minute. But first, I want to have everyone introduce themselves so people can know who they are. So I will start with the person who should be most familiar, just because they see her on every other Wednesday here. And that, of course, is Trish. Trish, hi. For those who don't know you and don't, for some reason, have not encountered you to this point, who are you and what do you do here on the internet?
Hey, I am Trishy Matson. I do podcasting and occasionally on Skiffy and Fanty and on SFF Audio, and I volunteer narrate for Liverbox sometimes, and I had 3 panels at Worldcon, and I volunteered behind the scenes at NASFIC last weekend, so I am active in fandom. Yeah. I'm on Twitter at PE Matson.
Very, very busy, and is again, as I said, a member in good standing, very good standing of community D&D that we play here every other week, and began right here. And it started actually because she was playing with Shadowed Mage, and I think Echo was maybe in that original one.
No,
was it not Echo?
J-Rab and VTech.
I knew it was J-Rab, and then VTech was the other one. That's right. But it was really enjoyable. Everyone had a great time, and so when we were looking for people, Shadow was recruiting. He's like, I know one person I need to contact. So that's how it got started. So great. It is a pleasure to have Trish with us. Thank you, Trish, for being a part of this. Right down the line, the next person that we have is in Discord is known as DN Dork, but in chat is known as Nixie Plays, and I hope I'm getting that pronounced properly. So, hi, Nixie. How are you? Did I pronounce that correctly? And where do you hang out here on the internets and everywhere?
Yeah, you actually did pronounce it correctly.
Okay.
So, yay. So I'm Nixie. I just hang out in general around the internet. A lot of time on D&D Beyond lately because I've started budding GM.
Very nice.
So lots of fun, even though 2 of my players killed themselves yesterday.
Can be fun also. If you were Praetors in chat, that would be fun. I mean, that is fun for you.
But yeah, I'm on Twitter, Nixie Plays, and budding Twitch streamer eventually. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Well, welcome. I'm glad that you're part of this. And Nixie is going to be playing someone. We'll find out in just a little bit. Moving on right down the line, a person who probably doesn't need much introduction either if you spent any time in chat, and that is Terma, who, although oftentimes will hang out for like the video game kind of thing that I play, is here to do some D&D. And I think you called yourself yesterday, Terma, this sort of, I think like the gentle troll, I think was your reference, like the kinder, gentler troll. It was something like that.
It's the friendly troll. I like to come in and I'll poke fun at you because I've been following you now for what, 2-3 years?
At least, yeah.
So, Isterma. My real name is AJ, if you really want to use it. I used to do tabletop gaming a lot when I was in high school. I DM'd a BattleTech campaign, RIP FASA.
Yeah.
I also DM'd a Dungeons & Dragons campaign. I think it was still 2nd edition back then. And most recently, I did a Vampire the Masquerade tabletop, which was a lot of fun.
Nice.
Because my character is a Malkavian, and I was insane, and I just totally leaned into it.
Which is the way to do it if you're going to do vampire. I feel like everywhere, I don't know if it's just like luck that or selection bias, but I feel like I keep hearing about VTM stuff so much over the last couple of months. Like everyone I know is just like that is involved in tabletop is like, I'm running a VTM campaign. I'm doing a VTM. Like it seems to be really.
It's just so much fun.
Yeah.
Like one night we were sneaking through an enemy camp trying to get to this vampire's lair, and my Malkavian character just decided all of a sudden he was walking past a tent and he saw this loot sitting between 2 sleeping soldiers. So I tried to sneak in. I failed the sneak roll, got the loot, but we beat it out of there with the army snapping at our heels.
But you got the loot, which is really, I mean, that's the game. Yeah, that's what
mid-campaign really my character decided I wanted to be a bard.
As a vampire?
Yeah, I took that darn loot everywhere, and then.
Oh, you meant literally
yeah.
loot, not loot as in loot. You meant an actual instrumental loot, is what you're saying.
He
Yeah,
looted
like a
the loot.
4-string
Literally a
loot.
That's awesome. Okay, so you looted a loot. Great. That's pretty
So
sweet.
yeah,
That's pretty sweet. And it would definitely fit because, as we all know, Antonio Banderas does indeed play a vampire in the Interview with the Vampire, and was also a singer who did stuff with bards. So I think it totally fits. That's the reference that I pulled across, because that's how I roll with my improv. Anyway, it's a pleasure to have his Terma with us, and I am glad that we finally get a chance to play some D&D together, and we will see what his Terma is playing in just a minute. But last but certainly not least, I'm going to introduce now. In here we had Leaky Butt, but in here we have McPoopy Longbottom. So as I said, there is a very consistent naming
My
theme.
kids think it's funny,
From
or
your
they
kids.
did whenever they were teenagers. My account's quite old, both of these. So they were at home whenever they made it, and they've all gone off to college since. My experience is the only game I played online is Vampires in the Masquerade. So, but I have extreme experience playing D&D. I've been a DM since '96. Been playing since '83, '84, somewhere in there.
Nice.
So I've been playing D&D for a long time, and I did Vampire Masquerade because my group that plays D&D normally broke up in December because of the C word that nobody wants to talk about.
Oh, I see. So I see. So that was wow. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad that we've got people together here, and that we have now assembled a intrepid team of adventurers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask them now to I'm going to, again, using the honor system, I'm going to ask them to mute the stream, and I'm going to also ask them to not look at chat, because chat is now going to decide your fate. So I'm going to find out which characters you're playing, and what I'll probably do, actually, I think what I'll do first, you know what, before you mute, I think we'll actually pick the characters first, because that's going to be done randomly by the generator anyway. So we'll do that first, and I'll send you some links to character sheets plus these names, and then you can all decide amongst yourselves what characters you wish to play, as I am with chat figuring out what your fate will be. So let's go check out the group name. Here we go. So your team name for tonight is going to be Team Charm. Team Charm. Team Charm
So we're going to put on a charm offensive.
That's exactly right. Team Charm.
Bards.
There will be four characters for Team Charm. What's up, Ribbon? How you doing, man? Good to see you, dude. There are 4 people. The first is Chloe Castillon, female dwarf sorcerer, chaotic good, strength 9, dexterity 14, con 14, intelligence 12, wisdom 11, charisma 12. Chloe has long blonde hair, dark brown eyes, and a round nose. She wears modest garments and wields a quarterstaff and sling. Chloe compulsively scratches an old scar. So you can build upon whatever you like from that. So that's the first character choice for the party tonight. Again, you'll be choosing amongst the 4 of you who wants to take what. Second one is Hunter Catlow, a male dragonborn paladin. Just says good, so I think we'll say neutral good for that. Strength 12, dex 8, con 14, intelligence 9, wisdom 12, charisma 15. Hunter is willowy with bronze scales and blue eyes. He wears a breastplate and wields a greatsword. Hunter is hunting the fiend which destroyed his homeland. Ooh, dig it. Third character here is Anton Stoyer, male elf bard, neutral evil. I'm going to assume that if it's a neutral evil male elf bard,
I call the bard.
that's just going to be like, I have this image, it's just going to be all Jethro sitting on a park bench. Anyway, strength 11, dexterity 9, con 12, intelligence 13, wisdom 12, charisma 17. Anton has uneven blonde hair and sharp amber eyes and a magical tattoo on his neck. He wears studded leather and wields a longsword. And last but certainly not least, Minerva Corwin, a female halfling druid, neutral, strength 13, dexterity 14, constitution 11, intelligence 13, wisdom 17, charisma 10. Minerva has blonde hair and bright gray eyes. She wears leather armor and wields a club and dagger. So this is Team Charm. So what I'm going to do here is...
Oh, God, I got to get my books.
I am going to... I'm going to do a quick snipping tool thing. I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to upload it to Discord so you folks can see this. Bear with me, chat, in case something looks weird for a minute while I'm capturing this. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to save this as...
Why am I typing in this?
That happens all the time. Fear not. Okay, Team Charm. There we go. All right, now let me just upload that to Discord. All right, go over here. And here we go, Team Charm. I am uploading this as we speak. So you should be able to see what you want. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to link you to character sheets. And then from the character sheets, you'll be able to fill in this information that I just gave you. And by the way, whatever is not filled in for you, you can then take from there. You know what I mean? So you don't have to worry about you can basically take from there what I listed. So you don't have to worry about being beholden to anything in particular in terms of like specific things you would expect would be there. You can work off of it. The only thing I ask is that you work off of based on that. Oh, and the one person playing neutral evil, the only thing I ask that you do is please do not spend the entire adventure undercutting the party because it does not make for a fun time for anybody else. Other than that, if you want to have, larger scope of ideas for your evil plans in the long term, I'm totally cool with that. Okay. I am going to send along here. That's basically my theory. All right. I'm going to send along here. Give me a high elf.
An evil bard's rare, so.
Let's see. Yeah, indeed. I know. I'm actually interested to see how that all plays out. Okay, I'm going to put up here. So I'm going to put up here, first of all, a link to a half-elf bard. Now, I have put that up there. You're going to have to switch the statistics out with the ones that you see there, and obviously forget about the character background, because that basically is a predetermined thing. It has a background listed there, but you forget about that. That's just basically giving you something to work with, but you're going to be filling in the statistics that you saw on that sheet. Okay, so let's see. We also had a female dwarf sorcerer, which is also going to be interesting. I'm going to give whoever that is a sorcerer. I'm going to give you, no, don't get confused. I'm going to give you a dragonborn sorcerer, level 1. But again, you're not a dragonborn. You are, in fact, a dwarf, so fear not. Dragonborn sorcerer coming in now. So again, that's going to be adjusted by you folks. Third person is a dragonborn, speaking of dragonborn, a dragonborn paladin. So for this one, I'm going to give you a human paladin. Once again, you're going to be adjusting it accordingly. Human paladin is coming in now. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to put in the halfling druid. Let's see if I have I do not have a halfling druid, so I'm going to give you a human druid, and then again, you're going to adjust accordingly. So now you should have, there we go, all 4. You've got the bard, the sorcerer, the paladin, and the druid, and you folks can adjust. And now I'm going to mute you folks, and I'm going to make sure you mute the stream, and I will be back to you in a little bit after we've determined your fate.
Can you move into a different one so we can chat? What
I'm going to do is mute myself so I can't hear you and you won't be able to hear me. So
we can still talk amongst each other.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, please do.
Okay,
I'm going to mute you right now, and I'll be back in just a bit.
You guys are cool with me being a bard, right?
Okay. Lovely. That is all set. All right, folks. So now, chat. The time has come for our own decisions to take place. What is going to happen to these fine people? Team Charm that we have just put up there. What are we actually going to do? So we're going to pop up here, random dungeon generator. Okay, here we go. And let me put up the put up the picture so you can see it. Center picture. Oh, that's because I have it back here. There we go. Okay, folks. Here we go. I'm going to put this over here, and I'm going to put Arvbot over there so that we can do this clearly. Okay. So here's what we've got. And I will adjust this now. Okay. Here we go. We have got the Catacombs of Emirkol the Chaotic. So it's dungeon level 1. Party size is 4. So the first thing we need to decide is dungeon motif. We can't make it abandoned because then there would be nobody there at all. So we can't have it be abandoned. So instead, we need to have something else be added on here. So I'm going to put right now into Arvbot what motif we want. And you folks are going to have a chance to vote on it. So here we go. So the motif choices are as follows. we've got can't be abandoned. So we've got aberrant. We have got giant. We've got undead and vermin. Actually, wait a minute. Now that I think of it. No, I'm going to do this differently. I take that back. We're going to do the category first. So monstrous, environmental, or arcane. We're going to do that first. Monstrous, environmental, or arcane. So you're going to vote for one of these categories. Inside aberrant, monstrous is aberrant, giant, undead, or vermin. This is the kind of monsters you'll find in the dungeon. In the environment, you will have aquatic creatures, or desert creatures, or underdark creatures. And then in arcane, you've got arcane, which is like magic-based creatures, or the elemental ones, fire, cold, abyssal, infernal, ones like that. So that's basically what we're looking at, magically generated. And then the last one that I want to mention is none. None basically means that it's going to be completely random what they encounter. So it could be actually anything at all that we're looking at. So you can choose when you vote, choose none, which means it'll just be whatever they find, whatever monsters they find. Monstrous, which means, again, aberrant, giant, undead, or vermin. Environment, which will mean aquatic, desert, or underdark. Or arcane, fire, cold, abyssal, or infernal. So first things first, we need to figure out the category. So we need to vote. So the way we vote here is we go $vote space and then the number of the category you want. Is it going to be none? Is it going to be monstrous? Is it going to be elemental? Or is it going to be arcane? So get in your votes now for what we've got. We've got 1 vote for none, 1 vote for elemental. What are we going to vote for here? And then once we've done this, we'll figure out, we'll go into the category and we'll vote again for the actual kind of monster. What have we got? We've got 1 vote for none and 1 vote for elemental. All right, we have another vote for elemental by Rudinell. Mrs. Dunslow's got a vote in for monstrous. Dragon. I have a feeling that isn't exactly how it went down, Dragon. But listen, Dragon, it's not all is lost because you get to vote on whether or not what kind of dungeon Team Charm, which is the name of the adventuring team, what Team Charm is going to encounter. Are they going to encounter a dungeon with no creatures, monstrous creatures, elemental creatures, or arcane creatures? All right, I'm going to last call this. Last call. None, monstrous, elemental, or arcane. Last call. And that has always been the case. He's a beloved troll, though. A beloved dragon and troll. This thing is not holding on super well. All right, I'm going to close the poll. Elemental. All right. So elemental is it. So it is going to be an elemental thing. Now the question is, what kind are we talking about? Or did I say elemental? Why did I say elemental? I meant environment. I didn't mean elemental, I meant environment. My bad. But same idea. So environment. So we've got then under environment 3 choices. Aquatic, desert, or underdark. Aquatic, desert, or underdark. So what kind of dungeon motif? No, I just put the wrong thing in. I demand a revote. Aquatic. What did I say? Aquatic, desert, or underdark. All right, what are going to be the nature of these creatures, folks? Again, $vote space and then the number. We go in aquatic, desert, or underdark. Of course, Echo goes with underdark. Very, very appropriate. Aquatic, desert, or underdark. We got a couple for desert. I like it. We're looking a little mummy action. 2 votes for desert, 2 votes for underdark. Two votes for desert, 2 votes for underdark. Yeah, dessert. That would be great. I should totally have a dungeon where they fight evil marshmallows. That's a good idea. All right. Desert and Underdark. Okay, we need one more. We need one more vote to break this tie. Desert or Underdark is what we're tied with right now. I'm going to last call this. I need one more vote. One more vote. Desert or Underdark. You can also change vote, by the way. You can always go $ change vote space and then the number you want to change your vote to. So you could also do that as well. Oh, really? That would be pretty sweet. Ah, it's a classic little Dante's Inferno right there. Evil Candyland. Oh, man. All right. I need someone to break this tie, everybody. I need someone to break this tie. I need $. Ah, we have a vote. Dragon Spear has moved into Desert. All right. Desert it is. So we're looking at a desert dungeon. All right. Desert. Very cool. Okay. Map style. Let's see. For this one. All right. So now we get to choose what type we're looking at. So here are the choices. We have got, I wish this would just stay up. We have got pen and paper, stonework, exotic, or other. Okay. What kind of, whoops. What kind of map style? That's true. I should have thought about that. That's a good point. So we've got standard, classic, whoops, pen and paper, or we have stonework, exotic, or other. All right, what vote is it going to be? And in case people are curious, I'll just show you. So standard is this, what you're looking at. Classic looks like this. So it's got that classic blue and white feel, right? And then pen and paper just gives you different choices of things that look like pen and paper. Stonework is things that look like marble, sandstone, slate. Exotic makes it look like these things. And then other is like weird, like asylum, steampunk, gamma, that kind of thing. So what kind of map style? What are we talking about here? What kind of map style? And it's, again, $ vote space. So $ vote space 1 for standard, $ vote space 2 for classic, $ vote space 3 for pen and paper, $ vote space 4 for stonework, $ vote space 5 for exotic. And then we've got other as well. And if you're thinking that you want to like combine this with the monsters, we've already that it's already a dungeon motif, so you want to think of that. That's cool if that's what you want to vote on, but it'll be totally based upon what you folks want to do. Okay. All right, we are tied at the moment between classic and exotic. We got one vote in there for stonework as well. All right, this is looking good, looking good. I need someone, though, to break the tie. 2 votes for classic, 1 vote for stonework, 2 votes for exotic. I'm going to last call this. I'm going to move it along quickly because I want to make sure that we get to the last part of the generation, because then I have to copy the map and move it over to Roll20. So all these things have to happen. The Catacombs of Emirkol, the Chaotic. All right, last call, last call. I need someone to either vote for one or the other of these things, classic or exotic, or I need someone to change their vote to something else. So $ change vote space, the number you want to change it to, or you need to vote for something else. What's it going to be? What are we looking at? Dun, 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 bum, ba-dum. It's going to be what? What will it be? Exotic. All right. And exotic it is. Okay. So we have chosen exotic. And exotic gives us 4 choices. Aquatic, infernal, glacial, or wooden. I'll show you what those look like. So here's aquatic. That's what aquatic looks like. Here's infernal. That's what infernal looks like. Here's glacial. Here's what glacial looks like. And wooden. There's what wooden looks like. Okay? So, aquatic, infernal, glacial, or wooden. So, what kind of map style And that is, what did I say? I said aquatic, infernal, glacial, or wooden. Aquatic, infernal, glacial, or wooden. Okay, there we go. Aquatic, infernal, glacial, or wooden. Which choice are we going to get? What are we looking at, folks? We got 1 vote for glacial, 1 vote for wooden, and I'll run through these again as you're voting. So this is aquatic. There's aquatic. Here is infernal. There's infernal. Here is glacial. Glacial. And here is wooden. There are your 4 choices. What's it going to be? Ooh, we have chat. It's got a... Okay, we got a mix, but we have 2 votes for glacial, 1 for infernal, 1 for wooden. I'm going to last call this. Last call, last call. And close vote. All right, so we have chosen glacial. All right, glacial. Sounds good. Now we've got, I won't worry about the square. We're going to keep it for square hexes. Dungeon layout. Okay. So, my goodness, we've got a lot here. Square, rectangle. All right, so let's do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wow. All right, let's do it this way. First of all, chat, tell me first, do you want this to be, I'm not going to put this in ArvBot, I'm just going to put this in chat, so just tell me, do you want this to be like caves, caverns, or do you want this to be a dungeon that is like, you know, built with like square stone and that kind of thing? Are we looking like cavernous, or are we looking at more like a dungeon which is, you know, been built in a particular way? Cave, cave. Icy dungeon, Eskimo style. Okay, so I've got 2 for cave, I've got 1 for dungeon. So basically cave or dungeon is what I'm asking. Cave, cave, dungeon, dungeon. I've got to split the 3 dungeons. All right, 3 dungeons, 2 caves. All right, anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Copper Forest style. Yeah, right. 3 dungeons, 2 caves. Anyone else? Anyone else? Now's your chance. Speak now or forever hold your peace. 3 dungeons, 2 caves. And okay. So dungeon it is. So now we can move on to talk about what we've got in terms of shape. So we have got, let's see. So what should the layout be? All right. So we've got square or rectangle, the classic, right? Square or rectangle. And square looks like, obviously square looks like that. And rectangle looks like that. Pretty easy. Square, rectangle. And in fact, I'm going to say, because box is very similar to that too, so we're going to say square, rectangle, or box is one choice. Okay. And then we've got cross is the second choice. And a cross looks like this. That's a cross. Then we've got dagger. A dagger looks like this. It's kind of cool. You can see how it makes it. And then we've got a saltire, which I may be pronouncing that wrong. I don't know if that's saltire or saltier. Then we've got keep. That's a keep. And then we've got hexagon, or I'm going to put these together, hexagon or round. So here's hexagon or round. And this is roughly speaking, obviously. All right, chat. So you can place your votes for that now. So again, you've got square, rectangle, box, which looks like this. That's a square, or this, which is a rectangle, or this, which is a box. You've got cross, which looks like that. You've got a dagger, which looks like that. You've got a saltire, which looks like that. You've got a keep, which looks like that. And then hexagon or round. That's hexagon, and that's round. Hey, Cyber Piglet, what's up? Welcome, welcome. So we are picking the dungeon that our intrepid D&D with viewers are about to go through, Cyber Piglet. We're picking this out. We're figuring this out right now. We're picking this as we speak. So far, we have 4 votes for Keep and 1 vote for Dagger. I'm going to last call this right here. So it looks like we're heading towards Keep. It looks like to me. The Catacombs of Emirkol the Chaotic. Baldur's Gate freerunning game Balderdash. All right, we're going to close the poll. So we are looking at a Keep. All right. Dungeon size is going to be small. I want to do that because we don't need anything else. We're not going to do peripheral egress. We are going to do stairs because we can. Room layout. Let me see if I can see a big difference here. Sparse. Okay, I actually can. So we've only got a couple of choices here, folks, that are left. We have room. I want us to pick room layout. I want us to pick the doors. And then I want us to pick the corridors. So for the room layout, let's start with this. So we have sparse. What should the room layout be? So we've got sparse. So sparse just basically means that the rooms are far apart and there aren't many of them. So we've got sparse. Then here we've got scattered. Scattered is the default. So there's walls, but there's also rooms that you can see there. That's what scattered looks like. Dense means that there's a lot of rooms relative to the size of the map. Symmetric means that there are rooms and they all sort of are in some kind of recognizable order. And then we've got complex, which basically means that the dungeon is sort of as scattered about as they can make it. So sparse, scattered, dense, symmetric, or complex. What should it be? Now you can get your votes in. So again, we're looking at sparse, looks like this. Not a lot of rooms. Scattered, looks like we've got a few more rooms, but it's not like completely full. Dense means that you've got lots of rooms and things on the map. Symmetric means that they're all very much in order, like there's 2 rooms here, there's 2 rooms here, whatever like that. And then complex means that the rooms are in different places depending on what's going on. There's a lot of doors, up, down, movement around, stuff like that. So what's it going to be? Sparse, scattered, dense, symmetric, or complex, chat? Get your votes in now. All right, we've got 2 votes for complex. We got 1 vote for scattered, 1 vote for dense. All right, get it. Yeah, get in that vote, Cyber Piglet, if you want dense. It's $ vote space and then the number that you want. Yeah, which would be vote 3. Exactly as Echo just showed you. And then we can get in the vote if that's what you want to do. All right, now we have a tie game here, basically, tie score. So we're looking at complex and dense with 1 vote for scattered. So I'm going to last call this, and I need someone to break this tie in favor of one or the other, dense or complex, one way or the other. So we're looking at dense. All right, going once, going twice. The poll is closed, and dense it is. All right, dense. Okay. Room size we're going to keep as medium. Doors. Okay, so here are the doors that we have. We are going to have doors, but you are going to decide what kind of doors. What kind of doors should we have? Are we going to have the basic door? So the basic door just basically means that every door is a normal looking regular door. So there's nothing unusual about it. It's your typical everyday wooden door. A secure door means that many of the doors, not all of them, but many of the doors will be locked. So some of the doors will not be locked, but many of them will be. So that's what secure means. Standard means that you will have a mix. You'll have some secret doors, you'll have some locked doors, you'll have some basic doors. So standard is kind of a mix of doors. And then the last door is death trap. And that means that there are tons of traps on all of these doors. So what kind of doors should we have? Basic, secure, standard, or death trap? So again, we've got basic, which is just sort of your everyday, you have doors, but they all look like regular doors. Secure, so some of those doors, a lot of them are locked. Standard, which means you have a mix. You have some secret, you have some basic, you have some secure. And then death trap, which means you got a metric ton of traps. Oh, man. Surprising no one, Praetors votes for death trap. Yeah, if you want secure, then $ vote space 2. All right, $ vote space 2. If you want secure, Cyber. All right, we got 2 votes for death trap, 1 vote for standard, 1 vote for secure. All right, I'm going to last call this. Jump in here. Jump in, be ready. I want our grace prepared. Yes, I cannot blame you. Okay, so we've got 2 votes for secure and 2 votes for death trap and 1 for standard. I need someone to break this tie, either to change a vote or to add a vote to one of the other numbers. So I need someone to break this tie, please. Please break this tie. Secure, death trap, or I guess we could have a lot of people change vote all at once to standard. Now is the time to jump in. $ vote, I'm suffocating. What do we got? What do we got? I need someone to break the tie. Yep, it's $ change vote, and then the space, and then the number you want to change your vote to. Secure. All right, and secure. All right, we have got a lot of locked doors here. Okay, secure. And your last question, chat. Here we go. Your last question for this is, we have got 3 kinds of corridors. A labyrinth, which means it's kind of like up and down to different places. Errant, which basically is what a standard dungeon would look like when you were sort of exploring it. Or straight, which is kind of more to be normal. Like in this particular case, there isn't a big difference, but like you can see that straight right now basically means leading one to the other. You would need something bigger to show it. But basically the idea is straight is more straight ahead and predictable for one of these things. Labyrinth is more sort of like all over the place, and errant is somewhere in the middle. So labyrinth is more maze-like, errant is more kind of in the middle, and straight is more regimented, is a way to put it. So what kind of corridor layout? So we've got errant, or sorry, labyrinth. We've got straight, errant rather. Or straight. What's it going to be? Labyrinth, which is this. Errant, which is this. Or straight, which would be that. I sense a lot of people. That's you just like the name Labyrinth, right? That's basically what this is. Okay. As you folks are looking for that, hello, I'm going to pop up here. Oh, I meant it. I'm going to pop up here this. And I'm going to pop up save as of Emirkol. Okay. I don't do anything straight. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Okay. Right. And last call. And I'm going to close the poll because it looks like people are determined. Labyrinth is what it is. Okay. Here we go, chat. And we're not going to remove dead ends because we have some dead ends and that's fine. All right. Here we go. Constructing. And keep small. Let's make it happen. Aha. Welcome to the Catacombs of Emirkol the Chaotic. Interesting. The dungeon history. The dungeon was created by hobgoblins as a maze. It became the site of a great miracle, and it has lain empty for many years until recently. Okay. Interesting. So we have this mix. Let's see. We've got stuck iron doors and all this. Okay. This is stuff that I'll figure out as I'm going through. Interesting. All right. So we have the dungeon created by hobgoblins as a maze. It became the site of a great miracle and has lain empty for many years until recently. Okay. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to download the player's map version of this. What's up, Rock God? Good to see you, man. There are. It's true. Okay. And then I'm going to also do a print map for me. All right. And now I'm going to take this off. I'm going to take this off. All right, chat. I am looking forward to seeing how this all goes. I'm going to stop ARVBot for now. And yeah, this is going to be fun, Rock God. This is definitely going to be an interesting time. Okay. So I am going to upload. Let me make sure that I'm uploading the right map, which is not. Yeah, there we go. It is the right map. I'm going to upload. Whoops, hold on a second. I'm going to upload this map to our D&D with viewers Roll20. Okay. All right, let me actually go over and let them know. Okay, so this is going to be the player's map. And I'm going to mix this here. Fits perfectly. Wow, fits perfectly in Roll20, just default. Just in the default. Wow. Let me tell you what. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how we do it. Okay. Now we're going to put up some Fog of War. Definitely need some Fog of War on this. So give to me. I don't need grid, but I do need Fog of War. Good. Now I need to simply reveal that area. Okay. Now we need that. And now I'm going to do my little. So we are completely in darkness. Outstanding. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for helping though, Echo. I appreciate it, man. I shall see you again soon. Good. All right, that is taken care of with that. So now I just need to pull up my own map here. Yep. Okay, good. And I also need this. I want to download, just in case I lose it. I want to make sure that I download the file so that I have a place that it can actually be accessed. Okay, got it. All right, chat. Here we go. So I am now going to I'm going to unmute myself, so I apologize in advance for interrupting any conversations that may be going on right now within Discord. I apologize unreservedly.
Ways to kill the DM.
And I am here now. We have returned, and we are ready to go. We have prepared ourselves, at least the chat thinks that they have prepared themselves, for what is to come. Let me just make sure.
Have them span through the chat so we can jump back over there.
Okay.
Spam it up. Have them until what they've done is out of the chat.
Okay. Oh, right. Actually, no, it's okay because you don't have to worry about that actually because the votes are out of. Yeah, they won't. It's out of chat pretty much. You don't have to worry about that because I used a separate little program for that, so you should be good to go.
Okay, cool.
As far as that is concerned, so you can now head back over. Chat, you are obviously sworn to secrecy because this is your dungeon, so just be aware. And I am going to see, make sure I got that. I'm going to pop up that. Good. All right, we've got these here. Wonderful.
Okay, so we do have a question.
Sure.
Do our stats include race modifiers or not? Because that's something that we've had a problem putting into the stat sheets because we're using D&D Beyond.
Right. I would say they can. I guess I would say that if it doesn't work in D&D Beyond, then if you're able to keep it as sort of a separate note, I mean, it might be a little bit of a pain for you to remember if there's a particular modifier, but we know what everyone's race is here.
Well,
as far as that's concerned,
like half elf gets a +2 to Dex, and D&D Beyond wants to put that into the stat.
I see. Yeah. No, we want to make sure then that we've got. Well, actually, let me think about that.
Same with the halfling. So that's what I was wondering about because the 14 Dex would be 16. Or if it didn't include the thing, otherwise, because I was trying to figure out if we should account for the +2 and then put like that amount lower.
I'm going to assume that the score they gave you was the total score because it's the only thing that they include is just those list of basic statistics.
Well, our biggest problem is when we're doing like the smaller, like 8.
Right.
The modifier for what was her name? Sorry.
Chloe.
Yeah, you. When she was doing hers, it wouldn't let her choose between 9. It would choose either 8 or 10.
Oh, I see. You can round up in that case and make it a 10. That's fine.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. You can round that up. Okay, and I am actually going to. All right, so that suggests to me that you are playing Trish, Chloe. What's the last name?
Yes, Castillon.
Castillon. Let me just pop that up quickly. Yes, Chloe Castillon. Okay. All right, Chloe Castillon. Thank God for 3 monitors. Okay, Chloe on. Let's see. And Chloe Castillon is a female dwarf sorcerer.
And can I make a suggestion for the next time you do this?
Sure. What's that?
Maybe if we're gonna use those exact, maybe draw the characters all the way up for the players.
Yeah, the problem is that those characters are just randomly generated. I mean, yeah, I can think about doing that. The problem is just that I mean, I've never done it. I've never done this particular all completely random before, so I will keep that in mind for the future.
Do we have to keep the spells that are shown on the pages that you linked us to, or can we change those out a bit?
No, you can change those out if you want, but I wouldn't overthink it too much. But yes, you can do that if you like.
Oh, we overthunk it.
Oh,
That's
we
fine.
totally overthunk it.
Chloe, do you have a hit point total for me? Because they didn't include that. Do you have like a basic hit point total?
Where is mine?
On the character sheet, it'll be there on the top right.
Which you could just use from the sheet. That's right.
Oh, you want us to use those from the actual sheets?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It'll be within a point or two one way or the other. Yeah.
I mean, I'd use it because it's like double what I came out with on the actual sheet. So.
Oh, I didn't even look at the actual sheet that he gave me. Oh, my armor class is higher too.
No, we can't do that. I mean, like because some of that.
No. So because the ones that he gave us, those PDFs, those are just for reference.
Right. Exactly.
So that is not what we are in game.
That's right.
Okay.
Right. Exactly.
My AC is a lot higher.
No. Yeah, those are just basic reference though. So
Okay.
yeah, Chloe. So I would say either Chloe, whatever you have on the sheet, or what you.
9 is what it says on the PDF.
That seems perfect to me. Okay, so we'll say 9 for that.
Mine's 13.
Give me one sec. Okay, okay, and I'm sorry. Who was that just spoke?
That would be Anton.
Okay, so that is Anton Stoyer, who's being played by.
Call me Leaky.
Okay, played by Leaky. All right, so let me pop that up there. All right, give me just one sec. So we have this.
Try to keep your stream a little bit PG.
This. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. We do try to go PG-13-ish if we can. Okay, so let's see. So that is Anton Stoyer, who is a male. Oh yes, because you were very excited, I remember, about the the male neutral evil bard. Okay, give me just one sec while I get that name down.
I even have a backstory in my head.
Oh, awesome! I am excited. Okay, so Anton Stoyer. There we go. Lovely. All right, Anton Stoyer, who is a neutral, who is a elven bard, male elf bard. How about hit point total for you, please, Leaky?
13.
13. By Leaky. Okay. Okay. And then we have got, let's see, Nixie, who did you end up choosing?
Minerva Corwin.
Ah, so you are Minerva Corwin. And there's that. Let's get that centered.
Actually,
Minerva Corwin. Okay, and Minerva Corwin is a female halfling druid. Minerva Corwin, female halfling druid. And how about hit points for you, Minerva?
All of 8.
8. A grand total of 8. All right, by Nixie. And last but certainly not least, we have Terma, who is playing by process of elimination.
Hunter. And I have 12 hit points.
Hunter Catlow. All right. So, Hunter Catlow. All right. And let's move that over there. Okay, Hunter Catlow, who is a male dragonborn paladin searching for the person who destroyed their home. And you said, I'm sorry, 12 hit points?
That's correct.
Okay. By Sterma. Lovely. From the planet Druidia. Yeah, exactly, Dragon. Yes, that's precisely what these people are. Okay. And I can now fill in the title for you. This is D&D with viewers, and the name of this place that you are entering is the Catacombs of Emirkol the Chaotic.
Emirkol the Chaotic. Okay.
Emirkol the Chaotic.
Okay.
All right. So, assuming you folks are ready to go, then I am going to send a Roll20 link to all of you. And in this Roll20 link, you will find the map that I have just put up. Oh, and the players, sorry, Rock God, that is important. We have, let me fix that. We have got Trishy Matz, who I hope should need no introduction for you, especially Rock God. So you have Trishy Matz, who is playing Chloe Castillon. We have Nixie, who is, not, I wouldn't say new, you know, has maybe been here once or twice, but anyway, a Rudenell vouches for as well, playing Minerva Corwin, the female halfling druid. We have Isterma, who you should know from chat, playing Hunter Catlow, the male dragonborn paladin. And last, we have Leaky, who I will just call that for now. Leaky Old Man Butt is the name. Is playing Anton Stoyer, which is a male elf bard. And these are the players that we have got on board for this. So I'm going to send you this link here. Let me get rid of something quickly since chat doesn't need to see all of that. They're going to be watching and enjoying, hopefully, with bated breath and all that. I have too many things here. There we go. All right.
And just because we don't know quite what to expect, I'll warn you in advance, I'm a little rusty on the D&D attacking, defending, fighting.
No problem.
So might need some guidance.
No problem whatsoever. We can manage that.
It's really easy. So.
Yeah. And I'm happy to help. We can work through it. No problem at all. Okay. So here we go. Here are the players. And chat, my question for all of you before I start speaking to the players about this, one quick thing, by the way, players, as you go into Roll20, many of you may be familiar with it. If you're not familiar with it, just as you go in, be aware you may have to make an account. It's a free account, doesn't cost anything. But as you go over there may be you might have to, when you first get in, just make sure that you mute your microphone and so on in Roll20 because we're using Discord for our chat and discussion. So you can keep the sound up if you like. I'm going to fire some sound up here. But you want to make sure that you mute your microphones when you come in if it's actually on. Sometimes they don't always make it that way. So.
How do you mute your mic?
When you first come into there, you will see on the top right, there is little gear icon. And on the top right of your window is when you first enter the game. And if you click on the gear and you go all the way down, you'll see that there's something which says audio input source. And you want to basically set that. I'm sorry for, I beg your pardon, chat tech. Sorry. And you're going to want to just set that so it says none. So basically no microphone there. Once you click on that gear, you should
set that down. For me, audio input source.
Oh, okay. Maybe in audio, does it give you a none option under audio input source?
It does not. It gives me default microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they changed it. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this. Yeah, if you go below that, sorry. There's I want to broadcast to others. I was being too complicated. Right underneath it says I want to broadcast to others and you just say nothing, disable. Sorry, I didn't see that little new drop-down menu.
Got it.
And you can receive from others if you wish video and voice because I'm going to be playing some audio in the web browser, but you don't want to broadcast it to anyone. So you click that gear icon, you go all the way down to I want to broadcast to others, and then just select none, select nothing, sorry. And it may ask you to reload after you've done that. It may say you need to reload to make this work, in which case you can just do that and then we'll be good to go. And I am going to add some music for us. A little bit of Willow in the Light, I think. And let's get a bit of... Let's get ourselves some...
I don't think I'm broadcasting anyway, so this kind of works.
Okay,
so.
That works. I am glad to hear that then.
Oh, that's why. It asked me if I want to do it, and I'm going to just
say no.
Yeah, I put don't allow.
Okay,
like, nope.
Well, that works too.
I just exit out. Screw it. It doesn't do nothing if you don't click anything. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, that works. Okay. All right. Give me just 1 second here, and we're going to add to the game some Catacombs.
Okay. There we go.
Give me 1 second here. All right. And then I think we do have somebody still that I can hear. You may have coming through your mic, I'm going to say, Leaky, maybe in Discord. You might have that. Do you have like headphones on by chance or speakers?
Speakers.
Yeah. Are you able to do headphones just because otherwise it's coming through? Or, I mean, you can just mute yourself when you're not talking. There's also that.
Yeah, Discord. I can do that.
Okay.
I can do that.
That's fine. Let's do that.
You can do push to talk in Discord too. So
also, that's true too. That's true too. Okay, with that said, chat, before I introduce everything to these players, I want to ask chat, do you feel confident that the players will successfully navigate today the catacombs of Emirkol the Chaotic? What do you think, chat? Are we gonna? Will this party survive? Will they do well? Will they have some problems? What are we looking at here for how this will work? I've seen a couple of smiley faces, and I don't know if that means that they're laughing at the prospect. Level 1, 50-50 shot. Okay. 50-50 shot. Anyone else want to weigh in? Ultimate bloodshed. Okay, that is not a vote for yes. What mood are you in? Well, we will see. I'm just calling balls and strikes, man. That's all I'm
So
doing.
to play to the home crowd, my cat just jumped up on the chair next to me, and he is all rolled up and grabbed his toes, and he's going to be snoring here in a few minutes.
Are you just describing something cute in an attempt to get them like imagining cuteness? Is that what we're looking at? I see how it is.
No, he actually is right next to me right now. He's a very needy little boy. He does not do well with separation. So,
okay, I think I fixed the sound issue, by the way.
Oh, good. It sounds good. Perfect. Good to go. All right. So here we go, folks. Let me introduce all of you then to the Catacombs of Emirkol. Team Charm has been wandering for some time across the desert sands, and it crosses all of your minds that it's hard to imagine, now that you think of it, that you ended up in this place. It was, after all, only a few days ago that you spoke to that old man who swore to you up and down that there was a great treasure to be found in the desert and a great evil to be defeated. That there was this place that you could discover that would have all the things that you needed if you would just follow him. You didn't really trust the old man. He didn't look at you straight. He had a tendency to cough at awkward moments that made you doubt his sincerity. And yet something about the bag of gold that he waved in front of you and the promise that he could get you in good with the local authorities that would allow you to gain what you needed, a foothold in this town, a place, a base of operations from which you could launch your next set of adventures, spoke very strongly to you. And there was other stuff as well. There were details, for example, Hunter, of mysterious seeing stones that could be found in this desert, which, if you could find them, might give you a chance to more closely and carefully track down those who had done the terrible thing to you in your past. There were other examples of great treasures that had been discovered, magical powers, and so forth. And, of course, there was an understanding, Minerva, that there was a deep imbalance that had existed within this place that the old man was sending you, which only a druid knew best how to balance out completely. Of course, the magical power was all probably Chloe need to hear about, that, and the power that could be used to support and help her people. And when you heard that this place was somewhere underneath the desert, you knew that who better to be able to determine both the magical power of a place and a place when it's underground sort of catacombs than someone like you, a dwarf, who has to help out the rest of your party. Really, what does a druid and a bard and a paladin have to know about these things? You were thinking that you would have something that would allow you to help them, lead them through this next adventure. And so you've been wandering through this desert. Yes, Leaky, go ahead.
Yeah, you forgot my alignment. I don't care about helping.
I wasn't referring to you about that. I was referring about treasure and power. There were things that the old man reflected to. Yeah, no. I mean, there were many different ones.
You just mentioned me in the helping others part. So.
Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, that was, the old man had something for everybody is the point here. And so as you were traveling across the desert, it all seemed good. The old man had basically given you instructions that seemed reasonable. And yet you have stumbled on now, long past the point where you were supposed to have found this hidden place, about which the man had been very vague, other than to say that you would have to be on your toes, but that great insert, power, wealth, help for others, whichever applies to you, would be able to apply. And so it is in the early morning of this third day stumbling along that you find yourselves suddenly pitching forward and rushing downwards and then stumbling and rolling and rolling and rolling until you find yourselves down at the bottom of this great sand pit. And in front of you, there is a set of stairs that is leading upwards from this pit up into what looks like a sort of sandstone building, which is right against the wall of the sand around it, almost as if some windstorm has blown away the sand, revealing this entryway into this one building. And it's a set of stairs leading up, and as you look up above you, the hot sun beats down upon your heads as you sit inside this giant sand pit, looking at these stairs leading up to the outside of this building. And so with that, I'm going to hand this over to the party.
I stand up, brush off the sand, look over at Chloe and go, I don't think we're going to get out of here, are we?
It remains to be seen.
Looks kind of steep. At least there's some stairs.
Yes, stairs which you failed to use. I brushed the sand from my scales. God, this stuff never gets everywhere.
Yeah, I don't think we had a choice on using the stairs.
Looks like there's only one way forward.
Well, is it nighttime, daytime? What
It
are we
is
looking at
daytime.
here?
In fact, early, probably mid-morning, maybe about 10 a.m. So the sun is not at its full height yet.
Have we eaten yet?
That depends. Have you? I will say that your
Fine, I
rations
would
are
say, yeah.
your rations are meager. I will say at this point. But you do have a few. If you wish to have
Okay.
eaten them in the morning, you could have done that if you like.
Yeah, I would assume we've already eaten.
So you said this old guy was leading us?
No, he just gave you the directions. He did not, in
Okay.
fact, lead you himself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's just the four
Well,
of you.
I wonder if this is where he was talking about. Say we go ahead and push forward.
Yes.
I think we're getting back up there.
All right. So
Just a point of order. We're underground?
no, you're on top of this. So you're inside this pit, which is exposed to the outside air. You're walking through the desert, and suddenly you were almost like sucked down into this sinkhole almost. And so the sand is around you on the outside. The stairs are leading up into a passageway that goes into this building in front of you, this sandstone-looking building.
Well, I think it'd be
Okay.
unfortunate, to push backwards and try to climb up the pit. So let's head on.
So we're basically in like a sunken ruin.
I would say that's fair. Yeah, seems like it.
And do you deal with like the passive stuff in your games at all?
Sure.
So would a passive perception of 15 pick up anything that we might need to know about?
That is helpful for me to know it, but no, not at the moment.
Okay.
At least at the moment, you just seem to be sort of looking out at what is there. And I'm
Well,
actually
I say we push forward, guys.
Indeed.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna put a few characters down here for you. And I'm
That's
going
a
to
big
assign them-
character.
That's
Yep,
a
too
big boy.
Too big. That is what faces you. No, I'm just kidding. That is the Dragonborn, which is Hunter Catlow. So I'm going to assign that to you as Terma. Let's see. And I know these are not going to be perfect. This is just giving you. A sort of.
Oh, I
sense of what
quickly
it's
check
like.
and see if my flute or anything was damaged.
When you open it out, you notice because I assume you were keeping it in your rucksack, in your bag.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. So there's some sand that pours out of it for sure. But it looks like it's not broken or bent, at least. Just
Okay.
a little bit of sandy.
Okay.
Is Terma, I just gave you. Oh, go ahead. I'm
Little
sorry.
relief there.
Yeah. No, you're okay with that. Is Terma, I just gave you control of that token. Are you able to move it around a little bit? Just make sure that you got it. Good.
Yes.
Excellent. All right.
And then while he digs in his rucksack, I pull out a mirror and I fix my hair.
Okay.
You
All right.
look sexy enough. That's what I say.
Just because you fall into a hole in the ground doesn't mean you can't look good doing it.
Well, I always look good. As I'm shaking my flute. Oh, that sounds so wrong.
Well, I'm sure whatever we faced in there will appreciate the care. I'm sure.
Okay, let me just reduce the size here to something rational. Okay, so now that is a female dwarf that I've just put on the board, and I'm going to give control of that to Trish in just a moment. Okay, that is Chloe.
Well, I guess we can do a little role playing while we wait for him.
Controlled there. Okay, there we go.
Actually, 2 last points of order while you're putting tokens out on the board.
Yep.
So, you said I'm Dragonborn, and according to the description, I have bronze scales. When I popped it into the character creator, it gave me a lightning breath ability, which apparently is a racial.
Mm-hmm.
So that is fair to use.
That's
Awesome.
fair to use, for sure.
Yep.
And then, if I was to team up with the bard, could we maybe hoist one of the female characters up to see if they can climb out of the pit.
You could try to do that, yes. If you're going to do that, be aware that you're going to have to get, purchase, like you're going to be able to actually get traction on the sides of the sand wall, which are, like, as you kind of move up them, the sand kind of fills in as you try to climb a little bit. So it looks like it's going to be rough. I mean, it's not impossible.
My character wouldn't do it because he'd look at it and go, dude, there's no way. Let's just go move forward.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too likely, unfortunately.
Minerva's 3 feet tall, y'all. She's not reaching anything.
Yeah, sand's not the best thing to get footing in. I think our only option right now is to move forward.
As some sage once said, they hate sand. It gets everywhere, and it gets it.
Man, and the rashes you get from it, man.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Here is the Elven Bard that I have added.
Awesome.
But just give me a second because I gotta get it to the right rational size.
Yep.
Okay. And let's make that that is Anton. Okay, and controlled by let's see. I see. Okay, controlled here. All right, double check for me. Make sure that you're able to move that around. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, good. Oh, and Trish, were you able to move yours? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And last but certainly not least, we've got the Dragonborn, we've got the Bard, we've got we need Minerva. Yes. So.
The wee halfling.
I should also say, Minerva, by the way, that as you're sort of looking around here and trying to get a sense of, what this place is all about, there is this clear sense to you of, okay, I like this. We're going to say that's a stick of some kind, Minerva.
How do you rotate your character?
On the very top of your character, if you click on it, you should see there's a little blue square that you can kind of turn it around. Basically, you just like pivot, like literally swing it around the character, and they'll move. You can also distort your character by doing that, although I don't recommend doing that as a usual course. But
okay.
Okay. And we're going to give that to... So anyway, to finish what I was saying there, so yeah, your sense, Minerva, is that there is something very uncomfortable about this place. I don't, I'm not trying to be generic, but, cliched about it being imbalanced, but it definitely feels as if there is this watching presence from somewhere within the building that is troubling to you. And this is something that in particular you seem to pick up on, Minerva, more than the others would.
Would it be something that she might have felt before?
I would say yes. That's a good call, Rockgod. I was trying to do that before, but I'll try to be more exact with it. I would say yes. In certain circumstances, when there has been a great use of magic which is outside the bounds of nature.
Sure, buddy.
It's actually ironic you say that.
What's that?
So, Minerva, before we step blindly into the unknown, would you mind casting a detect magic to see if there's something lingering here that we should be aware of?
I think the bard took the detect magic spell.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just looking at the general 5th edition to see what spells were available to the classes.
There we go. Thanks, Rockgod. That should help a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
You should be able to see it now.
We're limited to selecting specific spells.
No, I switched out detect magic, actually. Remember?
Well.
Oh.
Because you wanted me to get a sleep and charm person.
Okay. So we don't have an official detect magic? Is that what I understand?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. That's
unfortunately.
Fine. So, yeah, there's obviously nothing that's, there's nothing. This place looks very old. Really ancient, but it's just a sensation, Minerva, that you have, I would say. Interestingly, it's up to Minerva whether you tell anyone about this. Are you going to mention that or not?
Yeah, Minerva would mention that.
Because
that's
Chloe,
what
it's
she was
odd
after.
it's odd that you don't sense that. I mean, you would expect that you would have a sense of magic surges and so forth, but you don't get that feeling. But Minerva has this lurking presence of imbalance that she senses. That said, though, you folks are now, whenever you're
I
ready
get a
to
little
go.
smile on my face, and after he says that, like, okay, we can do this.
Okay, and let me just show, nameplates. I'll try to do that with everyone. Okay, so are you folks? You folks are heading up into this passageway.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my flute off back in my rucksack now that it's all sand free, and yeah, let's head on.
When you walk up into this passageway, one thing I want to note here is that the stairs go up probably about 20 feet. They ascend. And you're in here, these 10-foot wide squares here. I'm sorry, 5 feet, I beg your pardon. 5-foot wide squares. And as you're walking through the hallway, the light is there. The only light that you see is basically filtering from behind you. So basically, once you get to this T-junction up here, you'll need to think about a way to manage light. Now, if
I whip out the torch.
Okay, I was just going to say, because I'd be happy to have you have torches.
On my character because I knew we were going into a dungeon.
Gotcha. All right, so you've got torches there. Does everyone have a torch they're going to use, or you just want one?
Well, I have 5, so if they don't have them, I can hand out one to each.
I have torches. Instead I was going to draw my sword with a flourish and volunteer to take the vanguard.
Oh, that's actually a good idea. All right.
Okay. So let's see. Let's zoom in a little bit, actually, so the folks can see where we all are. Okay. So I'm going to move. So we'll take a little bit of a marching order here. So we have got...
I take it there's a passage to the left there, right?
There is indeed, yes, and I'm going to show that to you in just one sec. Just going to move these folks here. So Hunter's going to be in front. Do we have... who wants to be second, third, fourth? In this
I'll be second because I'll have a torch.
Okay.
So you can at least see.
All right, so we'll put Anton second here. Minerva and Chloe, what about you folks?
Minerva will go right behind Anton.
Okay. So Chloe can bring up the rear. All right. So when you get to this area, you're able to see some spots begin to open up, and you actually see this opening into a rather sizable room. And I will show you exactly what that room looks like. Incidentally, I have room sizes here, but you'll have to theater of the mind for objects and the like, because I didn't want to take the time for that. Okay. So, what you see here is a rather sizable room that's in front of you. And the thing that's most notable to you as you're kind of looking in this and sort of looking around here, you have a couple of doors here that are to the south. There is, on the bottom here, the dungeon floor is mostly made of some kind of strange sand, some kind of weird, kind of almost sand, but it's almost like a sandstone, but if you were to reach down and rub your hands along it, you could actually dig into it a little bit, even as if it's very soft, even sandstone. And yet you don't feel like you're going to slip into it or anything, but it just seems odd that something which seems otherwise fairly well preserved seems to have floors that are, for want of a better term, soft like this.
So does it feel like moon sand?
Yeah, that might be a good way to put it. And one of the things you think of as you're sort of looking around here too is that there is this occasionally a sound, and I'll talk about this to the folks who mentioned their passive perception being 15. There's the very faintest sound of trickling water. It's non-specific, it's not coming from above you or left or right, but just inside this room, as you're just leaning into it from the outside here, you feel like there's just a little bit of a trickling water sound coming from somewhere all around you, is what it feels like. Otherwise,
though, be a great room to hold a concert in.
Yeah, and it looks actually like you got a room that's got that. Otherwise, at the bottom of this room, you have what look like 3 exits from it. Down here you have a wooden door. You have another wooden door over here. And then you have what looks like a passageway leading off to the east again.
We wouldn't be able to see the passageway right now, guys, because we're not actually in the room.
Possibly. You probably would be able to. I'm assuming you're just leaning around the edge, though, to be able to see it. But regardless, this is what you're basically able to see in front of you. What would you like to do?
Reach into my bag and I grab a rock. Unfortunately, since none of us seem to be able to detect magic or traps, sometimes you have to do it the old-fashioned way.
My fault. Sorry.
So do we want to go to the west or to the south?
I mean, traps would be an investigation check anyway, rather than any sort of magical.
Right, if you wanted to do an investigation check. Anyone can theoretically do that without even being any kind of a roguish type. It's just you might, not be as successful.
Yeah, I can actually do that.
So you could do that if you wish. But you need to go into the room one way or the other to determine that, unless you want to check right here. So
Well, I figured it would be wise to throw the rock before stepping into the room.
Toss a rock? Is that what you said?
Yeah, just toss it down out into the room to see if anything activates.
Yeah, that'd probably be a smart thing to do. Or we're gonna
Do you
toss
want
it.
me- Do you want me to roll for that, Arv?
no, you
Is
can
there
just toss that in
any
the middle.
distinctive structures in the room?
No, in fact, the room looks very empty and open in this particular room.
Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, toss a rock.
Okay.
I gently toss a rock, watching it skitter across the ground.
And are you aiming to try to get it to the middle of the room ish, or are you just right next to the door here, say?
Straight ahead, the way we're facing.
Okay. So, but I mean, a good distance from the door, or you want to just toss it right next to you, is what I'm wondering.
I'm aiming for the second tile to watch it roll as far as it will go.
Okay. So it bounces along, a little cloud of, sand and dust kind of kicks up as it hits. And you're watching and, it just hits the ground and stops. And then as you're looking at it, something extremely quickly goes and skitters across and grabs the rock and vanishes. Incredibly
Okay.
fast.
Don't like that.
Oh,
All right.
It was very small, whatever it was.
Okay. Well, this is gonna be fun. I say excuse me, and I step. What's your character's name? The one that's in the front.
Hunter.
Hand me another rock for a second,
I hand him another rock.
Okay.
and I drop it right into the room, right onto the stuff right in front of me. Hold
right in front,
yeah,
basically?
Yeah, right there, and I hold just in range of my torch. And after I drop it, I drop my torch down by the rock to see what happens.
Okay. Make a perception check for me, please.
That is a. No.
Might have in your sheep. It'll be wisdom based.
Yeah, I know.
So-
Did I do that wrong?
Oh yeah, sorry. A way to do that would be to click over on the left side. You have a little sidebar, and it pops up different dice that you can roll. Like there should be a little arrow, a square, and there should be a die over there for you.
Here, one square.
It's on the kind of like top left of the screen, of
Right.
the map screen. It's the second to last option.
oh.
And when you roll it, it'll look something like yeah, there you go.
Oh, I definitely failed.
So you're looking, and you do bend down very carefully, and then again something like skitters in front of your face, and it's just a blur.
Actually, I think what happens is I look down and then I just look back at the other guys and probably didn't even see that.
I probably didn't. You just gave up. You're like, okay, I'll accept that too. But yes.
Did any of them catch what happened?
No, except that there was the same, quick disappearing, like skittering and then disappearing.
Well, this is not going to be good, guys. The rock's gone.
Is there a way Minerva could take like a guess to figure out what it might be?
Possibly.
I drop my torch onto the tile.
Okay. In the same place that you dropped the rock?
Yep.
Okay. So this, I
My
think,
red
actually... So, yeah, you do that, and this time, something comes rushing up to it and hesitates for a moment. You, I would say... sorry, as I'm pulling up names here. You, Anton, are able to see... are able to see something black, sort of small and black right next to the torch. But I would say, since Minerva was looking right at it, I'm going to give Minerva a chance to make a nature check here. In fact, I'll give Anton that same check, but Minerva, you can do this at advantage to see what this thing is. And it hesitates for just a moment and then skitters away again.
I nailed it.
Wow. All right. Now that you're staring, you were probably freaked out from the last time. Like, okay.
This time I'm like, you guys can't distract me. You and your sexy hair over there.
All right, so go ahead, Minerva, and we'll see what Minerva ends up with here.
I don't know what just happened.
15, but make one more roll on that because the advantage. You got it?
Let me choose a
it's
plus one for here, but...
Oh, by the way, I'm grabbing my sword.
Okay.
So 13 would be our second one.
13, okay. So, both of you see this pretty clearly. What you see, Anton and Minerva, is this black insect-like creature. Or, to put it mildly, it's a fairly common one in some ways. Has a black tail which is curved back over its head. And you can see at the very bottom a pointed little...
Scorpion.
sort of, essentially a stinger is what it looks like right over its head. And very clearly, you've probably seen this before, maybe even sung songs about it, Anton. And Minerva, you certainly know what this is. This looks like a scorpion, but it's a very fast scorpion, and it's very difficult to see where it's coming from. It just appears in the circle of light and then, like, skitters away again.
Well... This is where a little bit of prep work comes in handy. Look at, can I tell if she realizes what it is or not? Or she's not talking?
Right, I don't know.
I look back and go, okay, this is going to be a little bit of a problem.
It's going to be interesting. We don't know how many they are or where they're coming from.
Torch? Did it leave the torch?
Yes, it did. It went into the torch and then left it again.
Awesome. I have an idea, guys. I go into my rucksack. I pull out 50-foot rope and some wine.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna drench the wine in all over the rope.
I assumed you were just gonna sit down and just get drunk and like that's the end of this. So that's
yeah.
All right. I was thinking Molotov cocktail.
Right. Yeah.
Actually, what I'm thinking is we use the rope we can toss the rope out, set it on fire, which will draw them to it, but then make them scatter back off into the other direction, and then we can make our way to one of the doors without having to fuck with these things. As these things will probably kill us. What do you guys think? As these things are moving really quick, I don't think we can fight them.
Does anyone have any fire-based cantrips?
I do.
Yeah, so do I.
Let's see.
We got fairy fire.
Won't work.
Oh yeah, that's.
Actually, no.
Yeah, well. Now it's light.
But it affects any creature.
Yep, it does.
In the radius of the spell.
Which is 10 foot. Yeah.
Oh shit, that's right. $20-foot cube.
Oh! I pick up my torch. I cast it on something. I can't just freaking cast it on nothing. So, well, this is gonna be fun. What do you guys think? What do you guys want to do?
So, Arv, I've got Divine Sense. Can I use Divine Sense?
You could certainly use Divine Sense to determine whether something would be evil in the room or in the general area or a particular thing. You could do that, but it's not going to be anything specific. I mean, I guess it might determine if these are evil scorpions, I guess. But yes, you could do that if you wish.
Now, each of these little, like, the hard outline, are those the 5-foot squares, or is it the tiny little dotted outlines within those?
Right. So this is, it wasn't totally clear, but I believe still these are 5-foot squares are the big ones. So this is a 15, 20, 25, it's about 45 by...
Well, first let's decide which door we're going to go to.
Basically. So
the door directly on the wall will be the closest one.
Okay, so what I say we do is we toss the rope out, because that should be able to make it over by that door. Toss the rope all the way down, because that's... Yeah, that should definitely make it there. And then light the damn thing on fire and make our way over there while the scorpions are pushed off back into the room. Because they're not messing with the fire.
If you threw the rope well enough, you could actually kind of make a pathway
That's what I was
between the rope
thinking.
and the wall.
Right, that's what I was thinking. And then we can set it on fire, let that fucking burn, and we can just make our way over there kind of casually without having to freak out too much. What do you think?
Could work.
Let's do it.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
And of course I'm gonna wrap part of the rope around my hand so I don't lose the damn thing, and then toss it after it's drenched in wine.
So give me a sense of where you're aiming it for.
Right at not the door, the opening.
This down here?
Right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
try to make it wide. I'm gonna try to get it wide enough that we can walk there comfortably and be close to the wall.
I got you. I'm gonna ask you to make a dexterity check for me, please. This isn't too difficult a one, but we do need to see if you're able to get there somewhat. Wow.
Dude, I am on a roll today.
Use those up now. So we got the natural 20. So I mean, with practice, you tell me, like, how does it look, like, with your precision?
Oh, I do like this. Whenever I toss it, it turns into an elephant, then into a monkey, and then lands on the ground. I just toss it out, and right where I'm aiming for, which is, I'd say, one full block out in front of the door. Make it nice and comfortable.
Okay, so...
Yeah, right about there, yeah.
I'm going to kind of freehand this then. So we're looking at roughly like that?
Yeah, like that.
Okay. So you do this, and your fire begins to... Actually, the rope is out there first, because you doused it in wine, you threw the rope out.
I haven't doused it yet, because it's still wrapped around my hand, and that'd be stupid to light it while it's in my hand.
That would be bad. That would be bad.
Then I'll set it down.
Okay.
Yeah, like right about there. Then I'll take my torch, and after I unwrap it from my hand, and light it on fire.
Okay. So the flame begins to run around the outside of the rope, and then sort of, increase and basically run down the rope and sort of pull up this wall. And as you were looking, you see on the other side of this flame wall many, many, many scorpions that are all gathered up against the wall. They're all... like
which wall?
Skittering up against it. The wall of flame. So basically the wall that you've created right here. So basically all of the scorpions are on the other side of that.
Okay, let's move, guys.
At the moment. There are a lot of them.
Let's move.
All right, so you're going to all head down in the same order? We're
going to move right to here.
Okay.
Try to get out of this room as quick as possible.
All right. So...
Arv, I'm going to ready Thunderwave just in case they make a rush
That
at
seems
us.
reasonable.
Yeah, and I have my sword in my hand, by the way, now, and the torch.
Okay. All right. So you make your way down here to... Hold on a second. I lost my notes.
Now I'm getting off that sand, the moon sand floor as quick as possible.
Yeah. Okay. So with these things sort of chittering and...
the race is after.
Creaking behind you, as these things are here. you find yourself on the edge of what looks like another large room. Thank you for the.
What's the floor look like?
I will talk about that in just a second. So you are standing here looking down at this room. But this room, as you can hear, this sort of chittering from behind you. But there are a couple of different things about this. The first is that there are, on this floor, spirals of black stones covering the floor. And I'm hesitant to freehand this because I'm afraid, but I'll try. It basically looks something like that. Spirals of black stone that are like inset into the floor, and flowing through the spiral is what looks like a small rivulet of moving water. And now that you realize this may be the sound of the trickling that you had heard elsewhere. It's this water that's flowing along these spirals and then eventually leads, let me move around this way, down to that door that you see, or to the exit, I should say, that is in the southeastern part. And from where you are, with the torch, you can just make out that it looks like the water flows into that other room, like there's no door over there. Over here, there does look to be a door of some kind, but down here, it seems to be open.
What do the other floor tiles look like?
The rest of so the spirals of black stone are set there. The rest of the stone, the rest of the floor is, unlike the stone, the place where you just were, looks like it's actually worked white stone. Not marble exactly, but basically white stone, and the black stone, the spiral here, is carved on top of the white stone. Again, not quite marble, but it's much more refined looking than the sandstone of the previous room.
I stopped paying attention to that, and I go back over to the rope real quick.
Okay.
I'd like to try to intimidate the scorpion things.
Okay.
Oh,
how exactly are you going to intimidate them?
I'm going to pull out my flute and try to do an intimidation check or something, I guess. I do have intimidate.
Okay, so you're going to try to intimidate the scorpions. All right.
Yeah, because if that thing dies out and we're still trying to figure out this other room, they're going to come right after us. So
that is a concern. All right, so you begin to play your flute. Again, I talked about Jethro Tull. I mean, I'm assuming that's what we're going for here. You know, war flute as best as you possibly can. All right, roll an intimidate check for me, please.
9.
So we're looking at a 9 plus your charisma bonus, so
16.
So 16 because of proficiency. So you know, like, I assume you're just like puffing yourself up as you're blowing this flute. And
Yeah, and I'm also waving with my other hand. I'm playing with one hand and waving the torch around with the other hand.
So the scorpions seem much more concerned about the flaming rope than they seem to be concerned about you. It's possible that they don't really pick up much on intimidating, you know, warrior flautists. They may not pick up too much on that. They seem to be much more interested in the wall of flame, which is, you notice, beginning to slightly diminish in size, just a little bit.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm getting worried. We need to get going like quick.
Is there an actual door between this room and that room, or is it just straight open path?
There is so right down in the here where the river or little brook or whatever flows into is open. But here there is actually a door over here, which just looks like a regular, in fact, wooden door, not stone, but wooden.
Okay, and where we're at, there's no door.
Correct, that's right.
Okay.
Arv, I want to use my stone cunning as a dwarf and look at the current thing, the spirals,
Okay.
and see what I can figure out about that.
Sure. And give me something specific you're trying to determine about it.
Is it what kind of skill and craftsmanship went into this thing, and is the pattern random, or is it to some purpose?
It looks so. The answers to those questions are the craftsmanship is very fine craftsmanship, and you doubt is native to it. For example, the particular stone that you see on the floor here is not, as far as you know, native to this region. Like not the kind of stone you would see underneath there. And that's the first thing. The second thing is that the sort of black swirls of marble that run through it are beautifully carved so smoothly and perfectly that it would have taken, humans 100 years to do it. A dwarf maybe a couple years with a couple of good, tools. But this looks to you the kind of thing that probably would have required magic assistance. As far as whether it stands for anything, let me have you make an Arcana check for me, please.
All right.
Sure. I'll go ahead and roll while I figure out what my bonus is.
Exactly, Rudnell. Water features. That's really good for resale value.
What's my Arcana? Hang on.
Need some sort of koi or something, just as an accent.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of meditation stones people can just look at.
Well, I think we need to hurry up. And
there we go. +3. So
I'm backing up a little bit because they're not intimidated by me. So I'm like, I might want to go back in there.
Could Minerva do like a survival check or something to like examine the water going through it?
You could. You would probably need to. It is a few feet in front of you, so you would need to step into the room, which is not meant to be ominous. I'm just letting you know that's what you need to do to actually check it out. But yes, you could.
Yeah, she'll step like right up to like where the start is.
Okay.
And make sure like she's on one of the black tiles.
Okay. When you
I got a 16 Arcana.
Okay. There is absolutely a resonance here of magic, Chloe. But the resonance of magic that you see seems to be coming from elsewhere. If you had to put it any other way, it would be that this is the end of where the magic starts. So in other words, and I'm talking about the end of this little brook or rivulet thing that you're looking at. So yes, and as you're doing that, give me 1 second. I just want to answer Minerva's point. Minerva, when you bend down to do this survival thing, you can make a survival check if you wish, to kind of get a determination, and then I'll come back to you, Anton.
No. I was just thinking. Don't.
No, I did the wrong thing.
I was gonna say, whoa, that is I will choose 5 checks.
I thought that was like the modifier.
It's
like,
a quintuple advantage.
I can add the modifier to it.
66.
Wow.
You see all survival at all times. The whole place just goes wireframe.
You roll a koi in there.
Yeah, exactly.
And it worked the first roll.
Exactly. You see the koi and.
I'm like, it lets you add the modifiers to the rolls. Cool, I can do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not so much, right? Or are we? You want to roll just that one again?
Yeah.
Ah, you had a 20 in there too.
Yep.
Should have rolled a 1d20.
But at a 9 also. Could have been worse.
Yeah, true.
+5, so 20 total.
20. Okay, and specifically you're looking at this to kind of get a sense of, you want to check out what about the water specifically?
Like, is it actually water? Is it something different?
It is
the
water.
regular texture of water?
It's definitely water, but as you bend down, you can feel, even as you're bending down to it, it feels scorchingly hot.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, this
No, it's
water is
hot.
very hot. And nothing happened when I stepped on the actual black tiles.
Correct.
or
Nothing happened.
anything.
Mm-hmm. Although the flame behind you is getting lower a little bit.
We need to communicate with each other because nobody else knows anything.
Well, she's speaking out to whoever's around her.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
I think we should duck inside this room, guys, because the creatures seem to be attracted by sound. So if we get out of that room, they might just retreat back to their dens.
Yeah. Let's get in.
Minerva's going to go in further, following, like making sure that she's on top of the black tile, following the water.
Following the water, but not in the water, right? Just around the water? Okay.
Around the water.
Okay.
Not touching the water.
As you do that, nothing happens to you. Are you all following suit, or are you going a different way?
Yeah. Except,
Okay.
I'm gonna take out I'm gonna watch my back. I'm gonna walk backwards and kind of keep an eye on towards the flames.
Okay. The gradually falling flames. Hunter, by the way, your character is still up there. I assume you're down with Minerva and the rest of them?
Yeah. In fact, actually, I was about to say, if you leave your torch in the door and you light a new one off of it, that will help ensure that they don't follow us.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'll go do that.
Okay. All right. So Hunter, I'm just going to move you down here, otherwise I'll get confused about who's where. So you make your way in. The torch is now again burning in the door, as you all said.
I put it right in the middle. Right in the middle.
Okay. As you make your way now, how far do you keep going down? So you do that. How do you keep following the spiral all the way to the thing?
With her perception, is there anything else in the room that she would notice, or can she roll to take a better look?
You could definitely roll to take a better look. Nothing on the passive perception side, but you can definitely make a perception check if you wish. Sure.
Okay. So +5, 8.
Yeah,
so
unquestionably, you were in a room with water in it. You've seen water, and this is definitely water. Yeah, and there's nothing on the passive side, but you could absolutely, any of you could make perception checks if you want as you're making your way down, assuming you're listening for something specific or looking for something specific.
15 plus. There wouldn't be any modifiers, would there? No.
It depends on your character.
Yeah, I mean, I was just
wisdom.
saying. Yeah, I don't know what your wisdom would be, but that would be.
I do have survival.
No, wouldn't be that. Not for something like this. Yeah.
That wouldn't help us at all.
No,
so
because perception has a specific.
Yeah.
So no, it doesn't seem. Nothing else seems to stand out about this place, except that again, as you get in, you can see that there is in fact as I mentioned, there is a door over there you can see now to the northeast, and then this area off to the southeast where the water is flowing into definitely does look to be open.
Okay. What do you guys want to do?
She's like, I was told about a disturbance and imbalance of the magic, and I feel if we follow this, we will probably come across it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I agree.
And she's just making sure she's staying on the black tile.
Okay.
Following the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
is there anything on the ceiling? Like, is there like a mirrored pattern on the ceiling or anything like that?
As you look up to see that, no, it does not look like there's any kind of mirrored pattern that you can note up on the ceiling. The ceiling itself looks to be made of similar stone to the kind that was on the outside of the building when you first came in, so kind of that sandstone-y type stuff. Very much that, and I should point out, Chloe, if you also look up with them, like,
yes,
you'd be able to note that looks like this area's kind of stone. Again, what you're walking on is not look like that. So, yeah. So, you continue to make your way around the spirals, and I guess the question is, are you heading down to this area down here?
Yeah, that's her.
Okay.
That's her. That's definitely her thing.
Okay. Minerva, when you get here, I want you to make, please, another perception check for me.
Here?
Right in the doorway. So basically just as you're getting
to the
doorway. Yeah.
Okay.
Then I will show the room in just a second.
Oh.
+5, so 15.
15, okay. When you get there, so this is actually, as it turns out, there's a passageway here that goes south and then turns immediately west. But as you get there, and you get to the end of this water, so the water, as I said, trickles into outside of the room, and it seems to go into some kind of fissure in the ground, and I will freehand the rest of it, a fissure in the ground that kind of goes off this way. But as you're looking, you can see something bent over the end of the water. And as you kind of like sort of stop for a moment, it turns and looks. It is a large red creature, and it looks nothing so much as like a cross between a lizard and a snake. It's all red, but around its body, around its waist, it has a dark belt, and in its right hand it holds a dark scimitar. And as it turns to you, it pulls its hand out of the water, and you can see the water sizzling off of this creature's hand as it turns towards you. And it kind of tilts its head, and I'm going to show a picture actually on stream of this thing, so that chat and everyone can enjoy this as much as I do. Give me just a second, and I will show you what that looks like.
Jump over onto your stream then.
So as you're bringing that up, she'll be like, we have company.
Yep. And here we go. And
Can
it
I
looks
see him?
like this. If you're right behind, I would say that right now only Minerva can see it, just because it's right past the vision. If you come up right behind, you'll be able to see it quickly. But it looks something like that, and it looks at you.
I don't see it.
And it turns.
You'll look at the stream itself.
I did. It's no, I don't see it on the stream. Maybe I need to refresh.
Yeah, you have to refresh because it's up there now. So it looks at you, and it Minerva. It goes. Sounds like a bunch of hissing. And it lifts its scimitar and looks at you.
No.
I'm trying to see what languages this thing says. So the sheet that you gave me for the druid says that one of the languages is Draconic.
I would take that. Let me see though. I need to double check and see if this
Draconic and Druidic.
Yeah, definitely not Druidic. It's always like the classic. Everyone always wants to know when Thieves' Cant is going to work as a language. It's like, maybe this time. Okay. Give me just 1 second and let me take a look here. Okay. Right. So. Yeah. So the first thing it says is this, this hissing. Then, as it sort of notes that you're not paying attention or you're not understanding it, it again says the same thing, except it's sounding a little different. So it's, and that basically sounds to you like, come to the place of the beginning. Why have you come to the place? It sounds something about come to the place of the beginning. And only someone who speaks Draconic, and I would say that right behind, since you all at this point are standing, or at least Anton is standing behind. Anton, you can hear sounds. I don't know if you speak Draconic. Do you? It would say on your sheet.
No, I didn't use that as one of my...
Okay, so then you just hear a bunch of hissing, but Minerva, you definitely hear what I just said.
Well, am I too far out of range? I do have Draconic. I also have Celestial and Goblin.
You might be able to just pick it up, so you're able to just hear it.
So Minerva will say in Draconic, I am looking for an imbalance in nature, and it is coming from here.
And so it looks at you and tilts its head and says, sacrilege. And it spits fire right at you.
Oh my gosh.
I am going to see what it does. Let's see whether it hits. I'm going to need you to make a saving throw for me in just a minute, but let's see whether it... So it literally is just like, whoosh, like that type of thing. And it is definitely liquid fire.
Just reading my stuff, I cannot cast anything I have in here for a very good reason. It would hurt everybody.
Okay. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please, Minerva, as this thing shoots this glob of liquid flame at you.
+2, so 17.
Okay, so you do manage to just, and the glob of flame goes past and probably lands right at the feet of Anton, where it, sizzles and spits. And what we are going to have everybody do here is roll initiative, because it is, the time has come, it apparently has said.
1d20, right?
Yes.
You wouldn't have time to respond real quick before
you could be like, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to say, suck it, and then, get into a fight.
Okay, but you couldn't shoot off a spell.
No, not like that.
Okay.
No, in fact, you did a good job in getting out of the way. All right, let's get some combat music going in here, too.
+2, so 11 for her initiative.
Okay.
+2, so 10 for Chloe's initiative.
Okay, give me just a second. Last.
Oh, well, okay, I got a -1 for initiative, so I'm at 8.
You're still too worried about the scorpions back in the other room. You're just,
Yep, I'm like, hey, guys, the scorpions might be coming, so...
While the rest of them are fighting the thing in front of you, you're like, what are you guys worried about? What about the scorpions?
I'm, scratching my back with the flute.
Oh, man. All right. So I'm going to add everyone's turn to this list here. Whoops. Don't need to add Minerva twice. Okay. There's Hunter. All right. There's Chloe. And apparently I've decided to add Minerva yet another time. Okay, there we go. Now I've got everyone where they're supposed to go. Okay, Minerva is with a... Is that a not a 9? What was it?
11.
11. Okay, Hunter, what did you have? I saw the 8, but... Mr. Irma?
Irma.
Apologies. Yeah, I had the 8.
It was just an 8, so okay. So no things. And then, I'm sorry, you said a Chloe... Trish, you said Chloe had a what? An 8 plus?
10.
Okay. 10.
A total of 10.
Total of 10. And Anton had... Let's see. What did you say you had?
I had an 8 also.
Also an 8. Okay. Hunter, what is your dexterity score? Just your raw score. Not your bonus, just what your score is.
8.
Is your okay? And Anton, your dex is?
It should be 8 also.
Okay.
9.
9. Okay. So you are going to go ahead of Hunter then.
Okay.
Okay. So we're also going to have to see how fast this thing goes. Okay.
Oh, and I quickly say, don't talk about his mother like that. Jeez.
Yep. He is. This guy does not look pleased with.
I don't know what they're saying anyway, so I'm just like, maybe he said something about his mom.
Yeah, he seems not very happy. Whatever happened, he definitely heard sacrilege. Okay, so this thing
It's you, buddy.
Okay.
You gonna fight the lizard for me? My
Is
cat's
there
flying at the screen.
Oh yeah.
is there enough time for me to yell out to eat the bard first in Draconic?
You could definitely that's a bonus action as this is going as we go
You
through.
what?
So but I assume you say that in Draconic, so as you said, so the creature
It's
is the only one that
perfect.
would understand it. Yeah.
What?
What did you say? I said
Stop talking about his mom.
I said take me, leave the bard alone. That's what I said. Okay.
Minerva giggles.
All right. Let me see if I can find an appropriate token that we have here. Yeah, that's not bad, actually. I will put this up here. That's actual size. No, I'm just kidding. So we're going to have it face this way. All right.
Wait,
he's facing you
I
with
thought
its
he was
scimitar.
over by the door.
No, he is. I'm just moving him. I just had to put him out
Oh,
first.
okay.
Okay.
I was like, what?
There we go. So we start with Minerva. You were up first. What would you like to do? You are facing this thing which just spit fire at you.
Right. Okay. So Minerva is gonna use her bonus action to cast Shillelagh on her club,
Okay.
and then she's going to take a swing with her club at the creature.
Okay.
Shillelagh basically lets her use her spellcasting ability instead of strength for the attack and damage rolls using the weapon, and the weapon becomes magical if it's not already.
Okay. Awesome.
So she's going to... Nine.
Sadly, you were not able to. It sort of like deflects your attack with its scimitar, and it's just. And in Draconic, it says weak. It says.
Okay.
And you can.
That's it. She's gonna stay where she is right now.
Sounds like a plan. Now you can, in case people are curious, you can, if you wish, as a move action, you can always try to disengage, which basically just means moving back 5 feet. You can't be in the same 5-foot space like forever for an entire turn as a party member, but you can definitely change places. So if someone wanted to move in, they can move in, and like you can move out without provoking any attacks opportunity against you, just so folks know.
Okay.
So Chloe is up next. What would you like to do? You just saw your compatriot barely escape being hit by flaming fire. and then miss with a shillelagh strike. So is that Chloe? Can you hear? That was.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, that was you. So you were up next, is what I was saying.
Right, okay, so I think this thing is probably resistant to fire, so instead I'm going to cast good old magic missile.
Okay. The classic.
Directing all 3 darts at it, of course.
Okay. All right. So, the missiles lash out and impacted and hisses and then glares at you. And as it sees you doing this, Chloe, it sort of points with its scimitar in your direction, balefully
I don't like
glaring
that.
at you.
Okay. Really? Didn't it? That's cool.
Yeah, just really.
I have a plan.
Oh no, it's okay, Rock God. So that was that. And then Chloe, you're going to stay where you are. Or do you want to move anywhere? You're kind of in a line right now, so.
Yeah. Well, I may as well step out of range for the moment. Here we go. So, am I around a corner enough that it probably would have to bend? Not a straight line, at least.
Depends on. Well, I haven't. Oh, there you go. Yes, that would be the case. Yeah, it would have to. It could. It probably would have a hard time seeing you, and it would have to move through Minerva, who's looking at it nervously at the moment. So probably you'd be out of its immediate range. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's going to lead us to Anton, because the creature did not roll well on its initiative. So
the creature needs to do a saving throw dexterity.
Okay, why is that?
I'm gonna cast Fury Light on his scimitar.
Ah, all right. Let's see. Okay, I don't even need to ask you a DC because it misses horrifically. So suddenly the scimitar, it kind of is like staring at this thing that's lit with this flame.
So what happens with that is now in the attack gives us advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does not seem to like that very much. Anton, are you going to move anywhere?
I'm going to take a little step forward and kind of move off to the left a little. Hold on. Move like right there, so I can catch him when he comes through. If he comes through.
All right.
I do want to still be able to see him. But...
Okay, you can just make him out, I would say, from that side.
Yeah.
So, okay, that leads us to Hunter. Like I said, the creature did not roll well. Hunter, what do you want to do?
So I'm kind of off in the middle of nowhere here, so I'm going to close the distance and move in. However, not sure if there's enough room for me to get in there to make a strike.
There could be, if Minerva is willing to just change places with you. So you could do that. All right. I was going to say, I didn't think that'd be too difficult. So, all
by
right.
The way,
yeah.
That effect lasts as long as any creatures around that scimitar.
Okay.
For the party.
Okay. So yeah, you can definitely see that it is still lighting up that scimitar.
It doesn't have a duration or anything on it. So.
Okay. So, all right, the creature is looking at that, and you were able to change places. I'm just going to move you out of the way temporarily, Minerva. And so, like that, Hunter, is that what you're looking to do?
Yeah, I have the best armor, so I'm probably the one who should be in the floor.
It seems reasonable. So the creature looks at you and kind of, hisses at you. And actually, because you speak Draconic, you can look at it, looks at you, and it says... Defiler, it says.
I slash at it with my broadsword, and I yell back at it in Draconic. That is what your mom said last night.
It just sort of stares at you.
Right.
Okay, so remember you're getting this at advantage because of the fairy fire, so you can roll your attack twice on this.
Oh, so I get 2 attacks?
Indeed. 2 attacks, and you'll take the higher result.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I'm using my broadsword. I get 2d6 plus 2.
Well, first you got to hit it. So first you got to make the 1d20 plus whatever your additions would be. Your modifiers would be to hit it first. Then you can roll damage if you hit. But you're making the roll. You're getting to roll twice to hit. So
you roll 2d20, and then you take the higher of the two.
Yep.
What is the modifier? Is it
Should be
strength?
strength. No, it would be strength for you, and then it would be anything additional to that sort, but it's not magic. So probably just strength plus your proficiency, which would be 1. So because at level 1, so you'd be 1 plus your strength bonus, if any. I think you do have a strength bonus. What is your strength?
My strength tells me I have a plus 2 bonus.
Okay, so you're going to be plus 3. So you're going to roll 20 twice, and you're going to add 3 each time, and you're going to take the higher result. Okay, so we got a 17 and a 22. So I'm guessing you're going for the 22.
Yes.
So that will hit. And now you can roll your damage that you were telling me about. All right. You said it was 2d6 plus 2, did you say?
2d6 plus 2.
Okay. So that's 5. Plus 2 is 7. Okay. So this creature actually, between the magic missiles and that hit, looks pretty hurt. Like you've beat it up quite a bit. And it angrily hisses at you as it moves to attack you. And it brings its scimitar, which is still, of course, glowing with Anton's fairy fire, down upon you. It tries to slash you twice with its scimitar, Hunter. And let's see what it's going to do here. So we are looking at a 15 and a 10. Does either one of those hit your armor class?
My armor class is 13.
Okay, so then that first one is going to hit. And it slashes across your front and does 5 points of damage to you, Terma, as it cuts into you. And, you feel the burn of its blade. You can also feel that the blade itself feels a little hot. Not from fairy fire, which does not actually add heat, but from something else. It's almost as if the metal is conducting some natural heat, and you can almost feel the heat kind of radiating off this thing. Okay, so it's going to do that, and then with its move, so it's standing right next to the door fighting you right now, Hunter, and with its foot, it kicks the door next to it doof, 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 a few times. And now we're back up to the top. And Minerva, we start with you.
Because of her size, halfling nimbleness, she can move through the space of the creature that is a size larger than hers.
Yep.
So she's going to pop into this space real quick.
Okay.
That, with Hunter.
Yep.
And she's going to attack with her shillelagh club again.
Okay. Aiming for the knee, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, the blow to its knee. 18 will hit.
Ooh.
Bam! It's a sickening crack.
He has advantage, by the way.
Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah, you could roll that again, now that I think of it. That's true.
But he hit regardless. So.
Right, I mean...
He hit, but yeah.
Yep, definitely go with
Also
that one.
nat 20.
Yeah, go with that first one.
He could have got a natural 20, but he didn't, so...
Yeah, now your knees are in trouble. Exactly, Rudno. Oh, man, you make this, so 9 points of damage. You crack this thing, and you hear this sickening crack, and it hits the ground, and then falls over and bangs its head into the ground, and the defilers will be repulsed. It says in Draconic, and expires. And there is, at least for the moment, an eerie silence except for the trickling of the water that is behind you. And of course, it did bang the door next to it for whatever that's worth.
Okay.
So
I walk over. I kind of squish in between them and pick up a scimitar.
Mm-hmm.
Minerva moves back.
The minute you pick up your scimitar, Anton, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw because it is red hot.
Yep.
So I need you to make a con save for me, please.
Oh, fuck.
Oh! You take 3 points of damage from this boiling hot, just...
And I dropped the scimitar.
Oh!
Fucking A.
Clang, 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 clang. Yeah. Even the body
Okay,
of this
let's
thing
try this
radiates
again.
heat.
So
I shake my hand, motherfucker. Sorry, I forgot we're streaming.
Mother unfortunate thing. Hey, what's up,
Yeah.
Tennessee? Hi, Miranda.
Yep. I'm like, we want to take the scimitar because whatever he banged that door for, there's probably something on the other side.
Can Minerva do anything with her healer's kit to try and heal up?
Oh, I can help
Hunter?
myself.
The healer's kit won't do that. What the healer's kit will do is it'll allow you to stabilize an unconscious character without having to make a check.
Okay.
But that's not this situation here. The healing is going to have to be done through some other means. And there are several means for those of you, I know as Terma, for you who's not a little bit rusty, as you said, you can always do a short rest, which allows you to use some of your hit dice towards healing yourself. Or you obviously have compatriots who might have healing that they can provide to you. Be aware, of course, that in a short rest, which requires you to spend at least a couple of hours in rest or meditation, other things are moving around the catacombs of Emirkol, the chaotic. So
we have the scorpions in the other room.
The scorpions.
Short rest is about an hour, and that's going to be rough.
Can someone with good perception listen at the door? Which would not be me.
I think that's probably going to be Minerva.
Well, I could probably do it too.
Okay, it's up to you.
But I also keep kind of looking over at the sword because I want to take that with.
Minerva's going to kind of move and listen at the door.
Okay.
Did I roll?
Did you roll?
You can both of you. I mean, both of you can if you wish.
17, sir.
Okay, and you want to do this also, Minerva? You said. Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Minerva just with the natural 20.
Nice.
You hear the and then you realize that it's Anton's heart beating right next to you as also listening to you. And, God, why is it so loud? But you listen at this. First of all, I should mention that this one here is a wooden door. And just one quick note that I want to make, which is it's weird that in a place that is as ancient as this, that there are functional wooden doors. Again, it seems strange that there isn't more evidence of... I mean, it looks old inside here in places, but it seems odd that there isn't more decay, unless, as perhaps might be indicated by this creature you just fought, this place is occupied, but we will see. Anyway, as you are listening, you can definitely hear on the other side of this door, you can hear what sounds like something scraping. Let me see if I can make the sound like...
And
it's like something is being scraped along the floor. And you also, because you did real well on that check, you also can hear what sounds like something snuffling. Something snuffling this way comes, as they say.
Okay. Is the door or any of the middle parts of the door in any way warm or heated?
And I'll come back to whether you can hear it in a minute. No, the door does not feel like it's heated. The heat seems to be coming from this thing that you just killed. As Anton, in answer to your question, you can hear the scraping. You can't hear the snuffling.
So,
while they are listening,
yeah.
I want to very carefully check the belt pouch of the creature without touching its skin.
Okay. When you do that, you find that on the inside of this belt pouch is what looks like a little stone, crudely carved stone figurine of some kind. And it looks vaguely like some kind of a skull, like a carved stone skull.
Is it an American Idol?
It definitely is not.
While she's doing that, I'm going to go into my rucksack.
Okay.
So while all of these people are milling around,
yes.
I'm taking a step back and I'm clutching at my injuries. I do have a talent, lay on hands, that can restore 5 per long rest.
Yep.
So since it sounds like something is coming and I don't have time to rest right now, I'm going to go ahead and use that to heal back up to full.
Okay.
I'd wait, honestly, if I was you, because you didn't really take that much damage, did you?
He took.
I'm at 7 of 12.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah, he took 5.
Definitely do that. I didn't know you were
Level
that.
1, remember?
Yeah, that
I
level
didn't know you
1
were that
thing.
badly hurt.
Yeah. So you do that,
Yeah.
and you can lay on hands on yourself, so you're up to 12. And I think the only one else got hurt there was Anton. You're 10 of 13, right?
Yeah, 10 of 13. I'm fine for right now.
Got it.
So Minerva will step back and be like, so there's some snuffling going on the other side of that door.
Can I hear it?
As I said, just the scraping, but you can't hear the snuffling. Just the scraping along the floor of something.
I pull out my canteen and I dump a little water on the handle. Does it look like it's cooling down? Of the scimitar?
It looks like it will, but it looks like it's going to take a little while. You'd have to use more water. It's definitely like, it's real hot. Like,
I'm going to just be like, screw it. I'm going to dump all the water onto the handle.
Wait, before...
So it just, steam goes flying up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Dude, this thing gives us an advantage in a fight. I'm taking the damn thing.
Okay.
I look on in dismay, internally wondering whether or not it would have been wiser to try to grasp it with a piece of leather or something instead of your bare hand.
Too, so...
I'm sensing a pattern of really wanting a weapon, says the neutral evil bard. I'm just getting this feel. Yeah.
Well, no, he wants the advantage. If he hears scraping, he's like, we might need this thing. Because he's just trying to think ahead a little bit.
Fair enough. Go ahead, Chloe. You were saying.
I want to use my Arcana to see if I know anything or can figure out anything about this little skull figurine.
Okay.
No.
I'm actually, yeah, definitely. You're like, this thing doesn't seem magical. I will allow you to make a religion check on this, though, Chloe. Because this may feel to you more sort of tribal in nature, more than necessarily magical.
Boy.
I just see.
Oops, wrong.
Yeah.
Wrong. Oh, that's more like it.
Okay. The only thing that you're not familiar with this specific thing. The only thing that you know is that this is a creature which had no gold on it, had only this figurine on it, plus the weapons that it carried. That plus the you didn't hear unless Minerva told everyone what it was saying, or unless Anton told, or not. I'm sorry, Hunter told it what it was saying. Then you wouldn't have heard what it was saying. But you do know that generally that suggests that you're dealing with a tribal creature that may be religiously connected through this somehow, so that they may be the order of who knows what, the Order of the Skull or something like that. But this seems more likely to be that, like an identifier almost, like an ID, rather than something that has some magical quality to it.
Can I share that information now? Can I go, this thing was talking about defilers. Does anybody remember the old man warning us about some kind of evil cult out here?
I don't know. Did he?
They called us defilers.
He was talking about some kind of magic thing.
Yep.
An imbalance. That's about all I remember.
That's right.
When I mentioned the imbalance, it said sacrilege. When I called what was happening here an imbalance.
While they're talking, I'm going to kind of touch the handle, just like tap it.
It's still warm, but it's now cool enough that you could hold it probably.
All right. So if it is, I'm gonna pick it up and kind of somewhere that I can toss it onto the ground easily.
You broke up there. I'm sorry. You're going to do what with it? You're picking it up and doing what?
I'm going to tie it onto my rucksack or something.
Okay. All right. You can do that. Right. Go ahead. Sorry. I think it was either Hunter or Minerva was talking.
While they're doing that, Minerva wants to go up to the other door and listen at it and see if she can detect anything.
All right.
While you're over there, look towards where the torch was and see if any of the scorpions are over there.
One thing you can see, Minerva, for sure, assuming you do that, one thing you can see for sure is that the torch that is in the door is still burning but is lower, and the fire beyond it, like the fire rope, is pretty low now. You don't see anything moving about in the light so far, is what you would say. Okay, so as far as listening is concerned, make me a perception check, please.
Come on. Oh. Go.
Nice.
Yeah, you don't think you hear anything exactly, although there is this sort of strange, as you listen over at the door here, this strange rumbling. Every so often you hear this, and doesn't sound like a creature. It sounds like it's just a rumbling, like through the halls of these catacombs, like this kind of that sort of is just a slight, and it's faint. It's not very loud, and none of the rest of you can hear this. You hear it more, Minerva, over at that door. It's not clear if it's coming from the room or if it's just you're closer to the overall, area in the world, that you might be closer to that would reveal it. But that's it. There doesn't seem to be anything specific in this room. It's just this faint rumbling that you hear.
Okay. So she'll mention, so from door number 1, we have snuffling and scratching and creatures. And door number 2, we have an unknown non-creature rumbling noise.
Well, that way doesn't lead to the magic. I say we keep following the water. Honestly.
Although it's whatever is behind the door is alerted to us now, so it might be better to try and take a more circuitous way.
Well, it's up to you guys. I mean, what do you guys want to do?
I say we follow the water. It's the best lead that we have right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there may be some danger behind the door, but we can deal with it as it comes. I think as the salamander found out, we're not easy prey.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to too. So I say we.
Minerva will not go first this time.
I will go first this time.
Okay.
Now, Arv, I don't know if this would affect anything, and honestly, I wish I had looked at this before we decided to splatter that thing.
Pause this timer 1 second. I'm sorry. Yes. Good night, sweetheart. Sorry, saying good night to my daughter. On you go. Yes, this timer.
So I was hoping that I should have looked at this before we decided to splatter that thing. But I've got really high charisma. I'm at like 16, and I've got +5 to persuasion and intimidation.
Sure, I mean you are Team Charm after all, so yeah, I mean.
So maybe I also have a +3 to deception. So maybe we could try. And I'm saying this to the group. Maybe next time we could try talking our way through it instead of immediately slashing it.
To be fair, I was talking to it first, and it threw the fireball.
I have a deception, so I mean that might be a good idea too.
I like the fact that you're having this conversation, by the way, over the body of the creature, which is slashed like on the ground. Like maybe next time we should talk with it, like just lying on the ground there.
We did try talking with it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Like us.
Having someone with higher charisma talk first next time might be better.
Okay, that would probably be me. Great.
To
the one who doesn't speak Draconic?
Because my charisma is 19, so.
But I speak Draconic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can translate for me, I guess.
Also, both to be practical and inject some levity. Can we cut this thing up and we'll replenish our stores?
as in its food. This thing is
I'm
kind
not
of
eating that.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of scaly and slimy.
We should move them out from that door though. If we're gonna open that door, as they see their dead bud there, and there is something on the other side of that door, they're gonna get no amount of lion's gonna get us out of that. So maybe we should move him around the corner. and be like, "Oh no, we haven't seen your bud."
If we're gonna move him around the corner, I would highly suggest that we not touch his bare skin because we're not sure if.
I know.
Has the body cooled down at all?
I'm sorry, say again.
Has the body cooled down at all?
It slowly, but I mean, it's still really, really hot. It does seem like it's starting to cool slowly, but it was pretty hot to begin with.
I'm gonna just take my sword, shove it in his back, and just try to edge him out using my sword. Screw this.
Okay, you can do that.
Anybody want to give me a hand?
Is the creature wearing any kind of armor or clothing that I could grasp?
Not really. The creature itself seems to be mostly wearing, just kind of this. There was this belt around its waist, which obviously had to be heat resistant at very least. The creature was not on fire, but it was just extremely hot. But other than that, it had, and at its belt, it had this pouch, which is where Chloe found the skull.
Was the belt hot, Chloe?
She made an effort not to touch it. It was hot, yes. Just hot because of the proximity to the body, but she made an effort to not touch it.
Oh, let's just wrap some cloth around, grab the belt, and just around our hands so we're not going to get burned, and drag them out of the way.
I will help with that, but I will also take the added precaution.
Yeah. So
okay. You can do that.
Get them out.
You're able to do that without, I think, hurting yourselves.
Okay, cool.
So you drag this out of the way. And also one thing I want to note, Chloe, while you're standing there, you note as well that the water at your feet is not nearly as hot as it was. No.
You gonna tell us?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I'm gonna go really get back up and then take my canteen and try to fill it up.
Okay, you can do that.
Hey, I just used all my water.
Yeah.
So might be smart to get some water and let it cool off while we're traveling in.
It's still, and I should point out, it is still warm right now. I mean, it's still very warm, but it's cooling as well as the.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dump my hand into it. I'm gonna use it and let it get full.
Okay. Yep, you can do that, and the creature has moved out of the door now.
Maybe throw some twigs in there, make some tea or something.
Okay.
All right. I say we slowly open the door and see what's on the other side.
Doesn't somebody in our group have night vision or enhanced vision in the dark?
I have dark vision.
If we open the door, Spinge, do you mind trying to take a peek?
Before I open the door, can we see any light underneath the door?
Okay, well, hold on. One person at a time. Finish what you were saying. I think it was his term who was talking. Finish up.
If we open the door a crack, do you mind taking a peek in there to see if you can see something? Although the question is pertinent, is there, in fact, light coming from underneath the door?
There does not seem to be light coming from underneath the door at the moment.
So my question then stands.
Minerva doesn't have dark vision, so she couldn't do that.
Yeah, I have dark vision, which doesn't let you see in pitch dark, but in low light conditions. So there will be some light coming in from the door when we open it. So I can take a look.
Well, I saw the scimitar too, which is producing light.
I think the fairy fire would probably have faded by now.
Yeah, the fairy fire
it actually has no duration, actually.
Concentration up to 1 minute.
Yeah, it doesn't last forever.
Okay, well, it didn't say that on mine, so all right, cool.
Yeah, fairy fire doesn't last forever, but it's which is good because at the moment they would be getting advantage on you if you were the one holding it. But no, it is faded now. There is a little bit, I should say. There doesn't seem to be light coming out from the door, but there's very faint light that would be enough for. I don't really kind of call it faint light. There's enough light that it would help, that the dark vision would be able to make something of it, is my point. It's not completely pitch black. But for anyone who does not have dark vision, it's far too dark for you to be able to see. So you would be, kind of effectively stumbling along in the dark. So this is always the thing, right? Is that if you use a torch, that's good for those who don't have dark vision, but it does, of course, foul up those of you who do have dark vision. So it's just a decision that has to be made. You could extinguish your torches and just have whoever has dark vision try to look in the room and see what's there, or you could use the torches so you all can see. But again, that means
or we could have the torches come up over, like, we can come over here with the torches while the person with dark vision
Yeah,
peeks in.
move the torches over to the
Also possible,
part
sure. Yep.
beyond the wall.
Why don't we do that?
Yep.
And that way, if something is in there, we can get over to her pretty quick and still have some advantage while we're fighting.
So,
Right.
so maybe someone should stay really close, not like super far away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does anyone else in the party have dark vision, or is it just her?
I think it's just her.
Ooh.
So what I'll do is I will stand here, and is the doorknob hot?
No.
Wait.
Okay, so I will stand here. I'll have my broadsword in my right hand, and I will place my left hand on the door handle. And when she gives me the signal, I'll go ahead and open it for her, and I will stand ready in case something pops out.
Okay. Does that sound good to
open
everyone
it a
else?
crack to start with.
Okay.
And
then I open it just a few inches to see if she can see what she can see.
We do have a problem, Hunter, which is that the door appears to be stuck. So you will need to... It does not open immediately. You may need to force it.
Anton, you have dark vision. You're an elf.
That's true. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I was just looking.
That's true. But in any case, the door is stuck. So you will need to force it. Is it hurt?
Yeah, I do have dark vision. Yep.
So then, throwing caution to the wind with a great and mighty cry of Leroy Jenkins, I do in fact kick the door down.
Oh, no.
All right. Let me have you make a strength check for me, please. Leroy.
Oh.
So my strength is... It gives me a +2 modifier.
Okay.
So do I just roll a d20?
That's right. D20 and add +2.
15.
15. Boom! So you the door opens. And as the door opens, you note with some, well, I don't know whether, I guess it'll depend on how you feel about, how things went down. You feel either pleased or perhaps troubled by the sight of an enormous, at least 7 feet tall, shaggy creature with a huge club that looked like the best. It sort of is taking a step back with his look on its face like, what the hell just happened? If you had to guess, you think that it was waiting for the door to open, and when the door was kicked open, you were like, whoa! I will give you, and I guess whoever is looking, so I guess that would be Chloe as well. And Anton, if you want to be looking just right around the edge because of dark vision, that's fine. You can sneak in. So I'll say those three with the dark vision can see, because somebody has to be over there with the torch. By the way, which one of you is going to be over with the torches on the other side of the room?
Not me. I don't need it.
Has to be somebody.
Can
I want to do it that way?
Snatch the torch and toss it into the room?
No, because the torches are over here right now, is my understanding. You kept the torches here. So someone needs to be over there with it, unless you want to just leave the torches on the floor.
If no one picked it up, then Minerva would pick it up and bring it.
Okay. So those three of you then, so Anton, Chloe, and Hunter, all of you I will give a chance to make nature checks to see if you know what this thing is that's holding this club.
Cool.
Okay. While they are doing that, Arv, 2 questions for you.
Sure.
20.
Nice. I'll come back to that.
Dude, I am on the roll with the 20s today.
No, it's crazy. Okay, yes.
So the first question is kind of a pertinent one. Is there any way we could take like 5 or 10 so I can go refill my drink?
Oh, yes.
So I rolled a 21.
As soon as we get through this, I'll give you a chance to do that 5. A 19. Okay, and let me just have Hunter. Let me just have you make that thing before you go get your drink, Sturma.
Hold on, before I do that, can I, while this creature is stunned, can I make an attempt to intimidate it?
You can do that on your turn. It's not stunned. It's just that it's not getting the attack it was going to be getting on you because of your surprise entrance. That's basically what happened.
Wow.
Basically, it was prepared for a fight. It just wasn't prepared for a slamming door.
It was not prepared for the "How are you?" type of thing that we got.
Honey, I'm home.
Right, it was not prepared for that. So, so I will say that those of you who got, let's see, so we had the natural 20. We had Chloe with a 19, and then Hunter. That's just 13 flat. There's no the nature check would be wisdom. So there's no, you don't have any bonus to that. Is Terma?
+1.
+1, so 14. I would say probably that all three of you then would recognize this creature, which is now visible in in the Roll20 in my stream, Twitch stream, to be a gnoll. It is a gnoll that is looking fiendishly at you, and you can see, in addition to the necklace and the little hand by its belt and all this stuff that's staring at you, hanging around its neck, Chloe, you very clearly see several linked together skulls of the exact same type as the ones that you found in the fire creature. And just before we get involved in whatever's going to happen with this, I will give these fine folks a 5-minute break. When we get back, we will be going for another 45 minutes-ish or so on the other side. So I hope everyone so far is enjoying D&D with viewers. I am joined today by the inimitable Trishy Metz, and also by Nixie Plays, and also by Isterma, of course, and also by Leaky. Yes, let's just say Leaky. And I'm also joined by Leaky playing some D&D with me. So I'm going to mute the folks in Discord. I will give you folks 5 minutes and chat. Hang tight. We will be right back. Okay. Well, you are spared more of my awesome pun making abilities then. You'll all be happy to hear. As we head back over to our intrepid crew, Team Charm, as we go through here. And they are currently facing what is quite obviously a large and angry-looking gnoll.
We have a
and-
question.
Sure.
Do we get advantage on initiative because we startled them?
No, you get the advantage of not having had a surprise attack on you because you startled them.
Okay.
So that's why the thing was kind of like, whoa, what? And kind of staggered back. Let's see. Let's.
Well, we
give
wanted to
you-
take the opportunity to try and intimidate them before.
Oh,
There you go. If you want to
Okay.
intimidate them, I just,
Yeah, Arv, two questions for you.
Sure.
Actually, one of them's more of a statement. So
One of them's a statement. Okay.
I was going to make a joke about time travel, but you didn't like it.
Oh, clever. I see what you did there. Well done.
Secondly, and it's okay if you need to, if you don't want to disclose this, but I was curious if this thing also spoke Draconic because his buddy did.
Well, at the moment he hasn't actually said anything. He's just growling at you. So at the moment he hasn't, you haven't tried to communicate or anything else with him. So I would say at the moment you don't know.
I'd like to try an intimidation on it.
Okay, what are you going to do? Tell me how that's going to go.
Oh, geez. What
Well,
should-
he's thinking about it. Let me go ahead and do my intimidate.
Yeah.
Because I already know what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Just going to get ready for his intimidation moment. I'll just so chat can see the.
Oh, I know what I'm going to do.
Getting ready for.
Go ahead, do yours, and then I'll do mine.
Okay. All right. So yeah, go ahead. So it's right now. It's just staring at you, growling slightly.
So I flourish my sword, and I proudly exclaim in a tone. And I'm sorry for any headphone wearers in advance. Your friend stood no chance against us. You shall fare no further. Leave now, and we will spare your life.
So it kind of looks at you.
As he says that, I'm going to be on the scimitar that I had kind of tied to my ruckus sack. I'm gonna pull it over, toss it at the ground, and just leer at him. It said, "You're next."
hang on.
I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Oh, okay. Yeah, just give me. I'm sorry, guys. Give me just 2 minutes. Talk amongst
problem.
yourselves, and I will be family matter. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go take care of the family. Yeah, I'll leer at him and try to intimidate him that way while you're doing that. So we both intimidate him at the same time.
Well, you tossing his friend's weapon might be a little bit more intimidating because...
Yeah. Well, you said didn't. I mean, I like what you said. That led me to the tossing it down. So, and we both have intimidation, so let's give it a go. Oops, that's not what I was trying to do. Why isn't it popping it up? Yeah. I rolled a 1. What is going on here? Well, hopefully that's my bad roll for the night.
Yeah, get your ones out of the way now.
Let's spam it for a few seconds.
Wait, do you get a bonus to that so you don't naturally botch?
It's +6. And 1 rolls are considered fumbles. So I go to pull it out.
Only in attacks. So otherwise it depends on the
Yeah, I know. But in intimidation, the guy just goes, yeah, whatever, fuck off. But that's not my roll. I was actually trying to put the advantage on it. but it didn't let me. There we go. There we go. All right, now I'm ready for him when he gets back. And we all sit quietly waiting.
Okay, sorry about that, everyone.
No worries, no worries.
Okay.
I got my fumble out of the way. I practiced my intimidation while you were gone.
Oh, good. All right. Well, then I imagine it's going to be just spectacularly successful then. So it was staring at Hunter when Hunter did that. So what did you are you going to jump in and try to add something?
Yeah, and I'm going to toss the sword and say, and you're next. The scimitar?
Right.
Right in front of him.
So, and I'm sorry, you're going to show, like, toss it in front of him? Is that the idea?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and leer at him.
So he looks, so the creature looks at you and growls.
I do have intimidation as a bard, though.
Right. So it growls. Go ahead and make. How am I going to have you do this? I don't.
Well,
think
he
it's
has
going to
intimidation, and I have intimidation, and it should be a 1d20.
No, I know, but I'm trying to decide how I'm going to handle it. Because you're not both going to intimidate at the same time. I'm going to say. Which one of you has the higher intimidation? I guess it would be you, Anton, because of the higher charisma. So I'm going to say we're going to have you be the one who gets the intimidate roll, and you're going to get +2 because, well, let's do it this way. I'm going to have both you and Hunter make intimidate rolls. If Hunter is successful, then he will add +2 to your intimidate roll, Anton. Okay?
Okay, that works.
So that's what we're going to do.
Okay, so go ahead.
I get a +5 modifier, so
24.
yeah.
All right. I like that. So let's see. Sorry, that you're the +2. I forgot that. So go ahead. Oh, did you roll? Okay, it's a 21.
There we go.
All right. So you're talking 13 plus 8, 21 plus the 2. So or did you include
I
that?
also have a +6 intimidation.
So you included
too.
it. Okay. So 21. So all right. So the creature sort of and then looks down at the scimitar, and then kind of slowly takes several steps back and folds its arms and just kind of stares. It is definitely not running away from you, but it's not attacking you either.
Is there evidence that it understood what I said in Draconic or whatever language he used?
Well, so the language that you just spoken was Draconic. It didn't seem to understand what you said in Draconic, no. And in fact, it probably didn't understand, because what did you speak in, Anton?
Common.
Yeah, it probably didn't understand that either, but it may have understood you tossing the scimitar down of its former, compatriot. But for whatever reason, it's, as I say, it seems to be now watching to see what you're going to do.
I take a step forward. See what he does.
Okay.
In an intimidating fashion.
Right. Still being super intimidating.
Yeah.
He doesn't
grasping
move.
My longsword still.
Right. He doesn't move still. He's just sort of staring at you, but he's moved back so that you have room, and his arms are folded, and he's just kind of watching you, but he has not made any move yet.
So what can you tell us about the room beyond the fact that he is right there?
I'm glad you asked. This room is there's a couple things that are notable about it, which is that you have a couple of exits that are out of the room. You see there's one down here. There is one up here, although you can only just make out the edge of it, so you don't entirely know what that is. And then there are two things down here. And if you're going to have to step into the room to see more, but there are two exits of some kind leading it. The floor of this room, though, is again more of that white worked stone. So again, not the marble stone, but like the white stone that was there in the room previous that you're coming out of. There's no black swirls here, though. And you also notice that the river is the little brook or whatever is gone. There are just little fissures that this brook kind of descends into right as it enters this door. So there is no swirl here, and there's no obvious thing in this room besides this creature, which is sort of staring balefully at you.
While still being intimidated, I'm going to say, intimidating but calm.
Okay.
We just want to get to that door over there, and I'm going to point to the far door off to the left.
Are we talking in this one over here?
No, the other one.
This one over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to say that, pointing at that door and watching the creature.
So it backs up a little bit, and then it goes...
That's what I thought.
And its arms are folded.
Don't like that.
That's what I want to hear. What do you guys want to do? I'm going to turn it over to Chloe. I'm going to let Chloe decide.
I'm thinking, I don't know if anybody else has any suggestions.
Right, while we're just standing, I'm examining the fissure where the water disappears.
Okay, what do you want to examine about it? Like, what are you trying to determine?
Is it really just disappearing into the stone, or might there be some kind of passage or, hidden way to get down around here?
Make an investigation check for me, please.
Let me see if I have any investigation pluses.
I think he's going to let us pass, by the way. I think he's going to let us pass.
Also, I'll give you
that might not be the way we want to go.
Yeah, and I'll give you a plus. I'll give you a +1 as well to this because of the stone cunning as well, Chloe. So. So we're talking a 12.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't look as if this leads to any obvious sort of breaks below the floor. Although undoubtedly this is no doubt honeycombed with, various caves and caverns and, depending on how far this place goes, rooms as well. It's not obvious really. The thing that's interesting about it though is that where you were at the other side of this little spiraling brook thing, that was the end of it. And so the water is actually coming from out of here. Like it's just bubbling slightly up out of these fissures in the stone. So that would seem to suggest that there's either a spring, like right here, that is bubbling up, or that there's some kind of magic which is causing this to be perpetually renewed and then run through these little spirals in the stone floor.
So at the other end of it, over here, did that just disappear into the stone also?
Yeah, not disappear into the stone. It just sort of ended. It just kind of came to an end, like as if that's as far as the trickle of water leads.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he wants to guard that door that's behind him.
Oh, I think
wait, you mean the door that's far left on the top?
Like this?
Yeah, the one that's on the top.
That's the scorpion room.
Yeah, that's going to lead us right back to that.
No, there's another door there. There's enough room there in the map. If you look, there's enough room in the map for there to be another room.
Yeah, there may be another room depending on what it looks like possibly between those two things.
Because let's face it, they're not going to stick an 8-foot tall knoll between us and the room unless there's something good in there. And the fact that he doesn't seem to care if we go to the left.
He laughed direly when we said that one.
Yeah, before we decide for sure, I would like to look at these two.
Yeah, I was about to say
doors.
There are other entrances there.
Okay. So do you want to? You're gonna have to slide into the room to do that. Do you want to do that?
Sidling over here and looking.
Okay. So I will show you what you see. There is indeed. There are two doors actually. One door on each side. That second door down there that you were looking at. So that, let me see. Let me just double check and make sure. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah. So that door that you're standing in front of is closed, and it is a wooden door, but it looks like it might be reinforced wood. You can see there's a couple of what look like metal bands kind of leading across the top and the bottom of it. So that's essentially what you see here, a reinforced door. And it's the first one of those that you've seen in here so far.
Okay, but there aren't any like symbols carved onto the door.
Not on this
like
door,
that?
no.
Okay, so while keeping my eyes on the knoll, I'm
Which is
just going to
looking-
press my ear against the door
Which is looking
and
at
see if
you
I
as
hear
you do.
anything.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
say,
going to
which
be
is looking at
watching
you
the
as you do
knoll
that.
too.
Okay. So go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
That is just a D20 for me.
While she's checking the door, can I move into the room to try to act as kind of a deterrent?
If you
Yeah,
I
want.
don't hear nothing.
Yeah, I think me and him should step between her.
So you just hear, okay, yeah, I mean, you just hear, like, good strong wood here. Like, that's what you hear. That's all. You don't hear anything on the other side. And, yes, you're now standing in front. Again, the knoll seems, I would not say unconcerned. It just seems like it's continuing to steadily watch you. You can also, now that you look at it, in addition to the skulls that are around its neck, you can also see that it has a number of what look like teeth that some of them look jagged and like there's dried blood as if they were ripped out of the skull of its enemy.
So Minerva kind of wants to slink around and like go down the wall to the other door.
This door, Minerva, that's on the bottom there, that door...
We're going to keep ourselves in front of the knoll.
Okay.
By the way.
That door right
like
there is a stone door. And in this stone door...
This door?
Yes, the one that's on the bottom. Yep, the one that you're in front of was the strong reinforced wood. But this one down here is a stone door. And in this stone door, there is carved the likeness of a skull.
Okay.
Is it a depression in the door, or is it a raise?
It's that's a good question. It's engraved into the door, so it's like depressed into the door.
So, Chloe, did you tell people what you got out of the pouch?
Show the skull. Is it the same size as the depression in the door?
It is not the same size, but it does look to be the same skull. I mean, it's crude. It's much more crude than what's carved on the stone on the door, but it looks like it's the same figure that's being portrayed. And I should have mentioned this before about this skull, by the way. This skull, the sort of both the stone door version of it and your statue, little figurine, the skull does not look like a obviously human or dwarf or halfling skull. It is elongated and looks like the skull of some rather large creature with an extended snout and jaws. I should have mentioned that too.
Does anybody recognize it?
Would Minerva be able to try and identify it?
Not. It's too non-specific for that. Just that you would know that it's definitely not a human skull. Humanoid, but almost dog-like a little bit in its features, just from the skull point of view.
Can she investigate the door and see if there's any sort of like
Traps.
place to put something, like to put that skull into, or if there's like a switch or something, or traps?
Sure.
I suppose.
Absolutely, you could. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me, please. The knoll continues to look on.
I see nothing.
You're like, I've done a lot of traveling in my day, and what we're looking at here is clearly a carving in a door. There's definitely...
It is rock. This is not my purview.
Yeah, this is definitely not your standard. I mean,
she'll kind of like look at Chloe pointedly and point at the door.
I'll
go,
come down and
"Rock."
do an investigation.
You go rock.
rock. Okay. So go down and you can make your investigation check, Chloe.
+2?
Yes. Stone.
Oh!
Oh man,
You're like, no, rock with engraving. Like, yeah.
Okay,
The knoll makes a low rumbling.
I'm gonna pull out my flute and perform
Okay.
for the group. See if that'll help.
Anything in particular? Like
Inspire them. It's a 1d6,
Okay.
and whatever I roll gets added to their rolls
Okay.
for 10 minutes.
All right. So you do that. The sounds of the flute fill the room. The knoll kind of, you see it kind of like its eyes narrow and it's like its nostrils flare a bit.
Okay, everybody gets a +3 on top of whatever they normally would add. So.
Okay.
You want to check the other doors while I'm trying to soothe this fantastical beast?
Sure. What's going on over here?
I've never done this. I'm looking at the D&D Beyond stuff. I don't know if it's different than actual D&D. Is that a one-time use, or
So
is it every time I play the instrument?
For Bardic Inspiration, you typically get a couple of uses, and I don't remember how much it is for the first level.
It's 4 for level 1.
It's as many as, I think it's as many as your proficiency
As your
bonus
proficiency,
is
right.
for magic.
Okay. So it would be 3.
Okay.
And
that would mean 3 until you restore it, probably with a long rest would be my
right.
guess.
So that's now I have. Yeah, it says long.
So you have 2 left.
Rest. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I marked it.
Okay. So whoops, wrong thing. Yeah, +3 to all investigation because of the Sherlock Holmes. Absolutely. Okay. So when you look through here, you can actually see part of the room down below, and you may have remembered. Actually, no. I guess you weren't the one that did this. It was Minerva who did. So never mind. The thing I was going to do a callback for wouldn't make sense for you, Chloe. When you look into this room, this is a kind of narrow room. You can see that is much longer east-west than it is north-south. And as you look down into it, you can see that there are a couple of wooden doors here. There's one over to the east, and these look like just normal ones again. Just a normal one here, and then a normal one down here. Much more noticeable to you, though, or much more obvious, I guess you might say, is another large creature which is currently lying on some animal furs in the side of the room over here, the corner of the room, and is snoring, not that loudly, but you can snoring, and even from this distance, you can see that it is also wearing a necklace, although you don't know it's too hard to see what's on the necklace. You would need to get closer if you wanted. But it's basically on these animal skins that are on the corner of the room. There is a lot of like debris on the floor here, straw, broken bits of furniture and things like that. But other than that, the main things are those rooms and this rather large creature, which is, even a little bit larger actually, and also a little bit more stocky than the knoll in the room that you're standing in.
Back off from the door a little bit.
Okay.
Come over here and tell those guys there's some kind of large creature sleeping in the other room.
So as Chloe does that, Minerva's going to move over to this door here.
Okay.
And kind of keep an eye on the knoll and see if it reacts at all.
When you go over to that door, or that area, you can see that the knoll basically pivots, or I shouldn't, pivots is the wrong way to put it. turns like so that it's still keeping its eyes on the other creatures that are here, Anton and Hunter.
By the way, I'm following them around. I'm trying to keep myself in between them.
I got you. But he basically sort of like turns to his right, so he's definitely watching. He every so often looks over at Hunter and Anton, like he's not leaving himself undefended, but he definitely seems interested in what you're doing over there, Minerva.
Okay.
So you?
You can notice that he's looking at him, sure.
Okay.
So Minerva will do a perception check at that area.
Okay. And it is open, by the way, just so you know. And
oh God,
you're like, I think what happened is that Anton took all of your 20s, and you've all been dealing with the rest of it.
Sorry.
You only hear, you see that there's the passageway that just bends, and the only thing that you hear is the sound of just the rest of you in the hall behind you, in the room behind you, moving around, but you don't hear anything from here. This is a passageway of some kind.
And actually, he rolled. He gets +3. Also.
That's right. So it would be a 12. But either way, yeah.
Okay, well, while Minerva is looking at that, I want to take another look at the knoll and the necklace and skulls and hand and everything hanging off of him. Do those look like they are just trophies, or with my arcane sense, can I tell if any of them might be sorceress items?
Most of them look tribal, unquestionably. Like, most of them look to be trophies and either sort of like, the teeth that I mentioned ripped from the jaws of his enemies and all that kind of stuff. But the big thing that stands out is the fact that the skulls around its neck do not match any of the other, things that it's wearing. I mean, it is, first of all, the same size and color. It's almost identical, actually, to the figurine being used by that other creature that you have now in your pocket. It's almost identical to these. And it definitely does not look anything like anything else that this creature is wearing. Very doubtful, though, that there's magic associated with it. Although, I mean, it could be radiating magic and you wouldn't know. You'd have to do an Arcana check and you'd have to get a little closer. But from what you can tell from a distance, this feels, again, more tribal/religious than arcane.
Okay.
So just let me check in. So that's Chloe's doing that and is thinking about what she's going to do with that. Anton is paying attention to the knoll.
Can I charm the knoll?
Can you charm the knoll?
Yes.
Well, you are all team charm. What exactly are you going to do to try to charm the knoll? Magically charm it, you mean?
Well, I'm going to use magic.
Okay.
The spell charm.
All right. So you can try to do that. Sure.
And so it's 1d20. So it's +4 +3, right? So 7.
Right. So it's actually going to be.
I rolled a 10, motherfucker.
Well, if you're doing charm person, which is what I think you're doing here, right?
Yeah.
If you're doing charm person, you're actually not rolling. It has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh yeah.
So,
okay.
So don't worry about that. We'll see whether it makes its saving throw. So what are you saying to it? What are you saying to it as you charm it? Like, what are you,
I'm just like very calming gestures, something soothing and Elven.
Okay. Elven should certainly work well. Let's see.
Like, calm down. Everything's okay. We're your friends.
Okay.
I feel like you should start playing Rickroll on the flute.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you do that, and there's a moment where it stares at you, Anton, and then it growls. And
I think I failed.
growls. And then it comes over and it claps you on the back. And it gives you the the playful punch in the elbow.
Yeah.
The playful punch which almost knocks you over, by the way, but and
I'm like
nods, big
smile
grin.
at him and I'm like, yeah, and I pull out what the heck do I have in my bag again? I don't know, ball of yarn or something. I have yarn.
Okay.
And I do this. I touch. You can't see what I'm doing. I touch up by my neck,
Okay.
like where his trinket is, and I gesture at him, like trade.
And
And
it
I
kind
say
of
trade in Elven.
kind of looks and and so it
And
rips
I shake my head.
and it rips a
course.
tooth off of its neck there, and it points at the yarn.
And I trade him.
Okay, and so he takes the yarn, and then he quickly like threads the yarn through the hole in the tooth, and then makes it, and then puts it around your neck.
All right, awesome.
And he sort of, and then Noel turns around and like waves at all of you, at the rest of you. Is like pointing like at Anton, like, oh look, he's got a tooth around. So the Noel sort of grins again, and then walks over towards you, Minerva, like just sort of walks straight towards you.
She's like 3 foot tall to his 7.
Yeah.
So she's kind of like so she like slowly pulls out like a long thing of like jerky from her pouch.
Okay.
And like holds it up.
I say, stay calm, guys, stay calm.
And it sort of, so it takes the jerky and sniffs it, and then it just essentially inhales the jerky, and it sort of nods at you, and then in a very friendly but inexorable way shoves you to the right about 15 feet. Again, you get the impression it wasn't trying to do that. It was just like, like, all right, thanks. And comes to the passageway, and then comes here, and then it turns around and it looks at all of you.
I follow.
Okay, what about the rest of you?
I follow him.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure, I'll follow, but I'm going to keep an eye on that door where the orc is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring
By
up
the
the
way,
rear.
I put, as I'm following him, I'm putting on the yarn bone thing that he gave me.
Okay. All right. So he makes his way down this passageway, and the passageway runs up like this, and then turns to the west, and then turns around again, and heads back towards the south, and then comes to a door. Let me just move him up to there. And comes to the door, and when he comes there, sorry, give me 1 sec. I hate it when it does that. Okay. Comes to the door, so I can turn him in the right direction. There we go. So he comes to the door. And when he comes here, exactly, Anton got a new friendship bracelet, right? So when he comes to this door, he stops, and he looks at all of you, and he looks very, very, most of all you, Anton, and he sort of puts a finger to his lips, and then he goes,
I nod my head, and I put my hand to my lips, like.
And then he claps his hands together as if in prayer, and it goes, and he seems to be going through like a series of steps, which, since none of you speak Knoll, is not very helpful, but he seems to be going through this thing about, and he's like doing what sounds like some kind of ritual, none of which is really getting through, except that there's clearly something that he wants you to do when you get inside this room. And then he looks at you and says, like, okay, ready? And then
Draconic speaking member of the party understand any of that?
Nope.
It's no.
Definitely not Draconic. Definitely not Draconic. Seems to be speaking. I mean, yeah, you would guess it's Knoll, but it's definitely not Draconic. So this opens this and reveals. Whoops! Reveals too much. You didn't see that. Never mind. You only saw part of it.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. Okay. Never mind. No, it's not actually that big a deal. Okay. So this is a much smaller room, but there are two notable things. And as you come into the middle of it, to the middle of this room, or you follow him into this room, you note a couple of things that are unusual about this particular place. The first is that there is a balcony, which is over here.
Oh, okay.
And there is a rope that is hanging down from the balcony to the floor where you're all standing.
Okay.
The other thing is this thing that the Knoll walks over to. And in front of this door that you can see here, on the ground, and what looks almost like, it seems like it's in, at first looks like it's in a pile of refuse almost, but as you look more closely, all of you can tell that actually this looks like something has been kind of built up, this whatever trash pile, to kind of essentially support this thing on top of it. And this thing on top of it looks to be a dark steel, broken, slashed, bent, but still apparently in one piece, gauntlet, which is on the top of this pile. And the gauntlet's hand, or the fingers of this gauntlet, are open. And so when the Knoll goes over, he stops and looks down, and then looking at all of you, kneels and begins to rock back and forth, apparently praying to the gauntlet.
I kneel too.
Okay.
I'm not going to try to mimic. I'm going to keep quiet, though.
Okay. So he's doing his thing. Every so often he opens an eye and like looks over and then kind of is like, as if he's saying like, all right, come on. And then goes back to doing whatever he's doing.
Right.
And all of you can see this because all of you have followed him, I assume, at this point.
Minerva is kind of like staying at the door, though. She's not really.
Gotcha.
Sure, why
missing
not?
her
Win
jerky,
and roll.
no doubt, Minerva. Okay, say that again, Instrument.
Okay, I'm behind him, so he'd have to turn all the way around to see that I am
True.
not kneeling. I'm kind of squatting.
Okay. Okay.
You look like you're kneeling because you're a dwarf.
Right. And I'm trying to look at the gauntlet and do an arcana check on it.
Okay. So you're going to take a look at that gauntlet as it's standing there. So I think you can probably kind of duck down enough to be able to get something. It is this. So as I say, it's bent and hammered. And there are definitely etchings and symbols on it, but you're too far away, especially with the Knoll in the way, to be able to see it clearly. The only thing you know for sure is that it's definitely damaged and, worn, but it is some kind of dark steel gauntlet, and it's a pretty large one. It's a larger gauntlet, actually, than a dwarf or presumably even a kind of big human would be able to wear. It's a pretty big gauntlet, actually.
Can I do a perception to see if I can make out any details? Because I am right next to him.
Right. I don't think it's a matter of perception for you. You can probably see the things. There are a set of skulls that are etched on the front of this, or I should say, I beg your pardon, at the palm of this gauntlet, because it's palm outwards with the fingers outstretched. So you can see skulls on the palm.
I look at our dwarf and I point at my chest and where I saw her put the skull and point at that and put my hand out without saying anything.
I hand him the skull.
Okay.
I'm going to hand the skull over to the Knoll.
Okay. So so do you want to, because the Knoll at the moment's not looking at you, it's still doing the praying thing.
Well, I'm going to kind of bump him a little and hand him and offer the skull up to him. And then point at the gauntlet when he takes it out of my hand.
And he kind of looks at it. And he kind of looks at it and then looks at you and seems a little, perplexed. And
how many skulls are on the gauntlet?
It looks like there's about 3 of them that are etched, but again, they're etched in the palm, not like, they're essentially one right next to the other.
I point at my chest, point at the skull, and then point at his chest, and then put up 3 fingers.
And so it sort of, like, its eyes narrow. You can almost hear the steam coming as it's like the gears are working in its head, and then and it stands up and it looks at the skull again, and it looks around and it points at the skull, and then it points at all of you, and it's sort of like puts out a hand as if it's waiting to see if you have other skulls.
No, we don't. I know where the other skull is, though.
And he kind of stares.
I pointed his chest. I pointed that, and I put up 2 fingers, and I back up slowly and put up 1, and kind of go, stay here. We'll be right back.
And it kind of stands there staring.
And I'm going to edge my way out this, and I tell them, come on, I know where the other skull is.
While all that's happening, is there anything visible down that balcony way? Like, well, everyone's like
right
focused up there, and she still has the torch.
Yep.
Like, can she kind of like hold it over and like peek over and see if there's
too high, Minerva, for you to see on what's up there? There's a little bit of what looks like maybe a broken railing up there, but it's too high to see what's on the floor of that balcony.
What I'm thinking is we go back and get the other skull.
Other skull.
Huh?
What other skull?
Where the ogre was?
You mean take the skulls from around the necklace around the neck of the sleeping ogre?
Yes. I say we ambush his ass while the Null stays here. We go get the necklace and then come back and try to figure this out. Because I know we're going to need all 3 of them. We have 2 now. Right now, we need 1 more. Because it's going to unlock the door right there, is what my guess is.
All right. Well, if you attack the ogre, it's going to make some noise. Let me try first to see if I can use Mage Hand to take the necklace from around the neck of the sleeping ogre.
I don't know how. I mean, okay. But we need to head back that way anyways. That's why I was heading back.
Okay.
I figured somebody will have something that can deal with the ogre. If not, we can kill him. So we're going to zip all the way back over to here while the Null stays there. And by the way, as I'm exiting, I'm just like, stay here. We'll be right back. I make sure I shut the door.
Okay. All right.
So he doesn't hear us kill his friend.
Okay. You do so. Keep in mind, by the way, that the duration of the charm is usually an hour, which is fine. You're not, you're only 15 minutes into it maybe, but just I'm letting you know for future reference.
Yeah.
Now,
sure.
Unless, it's already done, but would either of them figure that closing the door would make them have to go through the ritual again to try and get in?
No, I closed the one in the room right here. Not that one. The one that the door that.
This one you mean or not?
This one. We closed this one.
Oh, this one is actually that's an archway, so that's actually not a door.
Well, then okay. Well, there's a door right here, right?
But there is also an archway here.
Oh, okay.
Not a door.
Well, use your Mage Hand and see if you can get that skull off of his neck without waking him up.
And so I cast Mage Hand.
Okay.
And why don't we all stay out of view so if Mage Hand fails,
then they only see Chloe?
Well, no, then Chloe can just step out of the way before he realizes what's freaking going on.
I see, okay.
I need line of sight to try and get this necklace.
Well, yeah, stay in line of sight, but stay where, I would do it right here. So if it fails, you can just step like this. Nope, there's nobody here, you know?
Mage Hand casual.
What's the distance on that line of sight?
That would be...
It's like 60 feet or something.
Yeah,
I should have no problem. It's
about 15, 20 feet to where you are from the door, is what I would say.
Yeah, you got this.
I was thinking if we did the torch, I don't know how to ping the map, but if we did the torch in the corner there and just kind of left her in the middle of the room so that she...
oh, you meant over here?
So she's in the darkness? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So that way she's not in a visible pool of light. So if he wakes up, he can't see her.
Yeah, let's do that then.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then the 3 of you want to move to that side then with the torch, or do you want to have one of you with the torch?
I'll stay right here because he shouldn't be able to see me where I'm at.
No, he definitely can't. That's true. But someone's got to hold the torch is my point, unless you're going to drop the torch there. So
I would drop the torch over there and see how this plays out first. That's what I would do.
That's fine.
I mean, right now, I mean, she can see in the dark, so we can pretty much put all the torches out. The ones that can't see in the dark, I mean, have them stand next to somebody that can. Until we get the skull. That's what I would do.
I think that's kind of how it is, because I don't like Minerva can't see in the dark, and I don't think Hunter can see in the dark.
Okay, so both of you guys get next to me and be ready to light a torch if this fails.
Okay.
And I'll let you know if it fails. How about that?
by Chloe's panicked expression, I assume.
Yeah.
Chloe with the big no. Okay.
Yeah, because I can see I can see her perfectly.
Okay, so all right, Hunter, are you going to be on that side or the other side, just so I know?
Where I moved to where I am in the room. So
okay. All right, so Chloe, you cast Mage Hand. So what I'm going to ask you to do here is I'm going to be asking you basically to make a I'm going to ask you to make a dexterity check, but the good news for you is that you're going to be using your Arcana stats. You're going to be using your intelligence here to be able to do this as you try to get this necklace from around the neck of the
and she has
sleeping
advantage.
creature. And she has what now?
+3 advantage.
She has +3. Yes, not advantage. She has the +3.
And that's almost over. So that's almost over.
All right, yeah, she could definitely. This is a time to use the +3 for sure if she's going to do that.
So we need to get that moving.
All right, so the hand drifts over, and you're trying to remove the. You're not trying to like rip the skull like from the necklace, right? You're trying to pull it off the necklace off of his neck, I believe.
Without him knowing.
I think pulling the whole necklace away would be easier than breaking
probably
the necklace to take the skulls.
Probably right. Okay, so
all right,
go ahead and
so I've got a d20 +3 for my spellcasting proficiency, +3 for the initiative, for the inspiration.
Okay.
So +6.
All right.
Nice.
17. So the necklace comes slowly off, and as it does, there's a little bit of like jingle, 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 as like the teeth and the skulls and everything are kind of jingling against each other, and the and it reaches up, kind of pawing. I need you to make another check. So now this one, you're only going to get that +3 doesn't continue. It's only on the one check. So
I'm
that means you're going to
play my flute, a very soft, very sleepy time kind of song.
Okay, but you're not doing anything particularly magical about it, right? This is not a particular magical thing that you're doing? Okay.
Just very, very
just lullaby, soft. Right.
Yeah, lullabying it.
All right. Go ahead and make another check for me, Chloe, but this time just the single +3 because of your own thing.
12.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry.
Total.
12. Okay. So and its sort of eyes flicker. Now you've got it over its head, but it's banged into it a couple of times. So you have one more check that you have to make. Same thing, +3.
Yeah.
19. So it and you like I assume, like, you tell me, like, is your focus like you just become hyper focused? Like what happens at this point as you're trying to get the last
I am hyper focused on gently lifting the necklace up out of reach of the hand, and once it's clear, then I'll float it back to me.
And it like, so his fingertips swing and just barely miss the thing, and it falls back again as the necklace glides silently over to you, face sweating, I assume, as you sort of like, okay. So you now have this thing, and the necklace has got, how many skulls did I tell you it had? I want to make sure.
3.
This necklace though, his.
I didn't say.
Yeah.
We're too far away.
3.
I think, did I say there were 3 skulls on it? That's probably true. Okay, so I would say that there are 3 skulls on there.
Okay.
There are 4 lights.
3 skulls. Okay, so there are 3 of these little skulls that are on there.
now that I have it, I'd look at the necklace again, examine it with Arcana
Well, let's
again.
get away from
Okay.
him so we don't disturb him.
Yes,
So move
good
over
idea.
here. Let's move over here.
Okay. All right. So you move out of the way, and then you want to check it with Arcana. You can make that check.
And we'll get the torches and all that stuff so she has no disadvantage.
Okay. You saved it for getting the necklace off. You're like,
I spent myself. I used myself up.
You're like,
Getting the necklace.
magic. Who needs it, really?
Well, here's the bad thing is that my inspiration is probably over too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, but you don't know really. As far as magic, again, the sense is more sort of tribal identification than anything else. Although your Knoll buddy definitely was seen to be interested in the skull thing. So, for whatever that's worth.
Okay, so we're gonna head on back to this guy and.
Yeah, now that we've got it though, I'm wondering it might be a really bad idea to add more skulls and complete whatever ritual or power
He's
thing.
obviously interested in it. There's 2 doors right here, and I think that we're gonna need those to open those doors.
Okay.
He's not gonna do something that's gonna get us killed or anything right now. And we probably we're like 25 minutes into the charm.
I would say yes, probably 25 minutes, maybe a half hour.
So, I mean, right now he's trying to help us. So I'm assuming that it's something to do with this gauntlet.
And actually, when you come in, he kind of is sort of, praying, and he then notices someone's there, and he kind of waves you over again and then goes back to praying.
And Chloe, can I whisper, Chloe, can I get the necklace? And check out the gauntlet. See if you can sense anything.
Okay.
So I said, I'm going to come right here and kneel down in front of it and leave enough room for Chloe to get over there so she can kind of kneel down and check it out.
Okay. So Chloe, when you get this close to it, make an Arcana check for me, please. Now that you're close enough, you can see the 3 skulls that are etched on it are sort of right next to each other.
Before she does that, I want to inspire one more time.
Okay.
And which means I need to roll 1d6.
That's right. And you'll get that on this check that you're about to make, Chloe.
Fuck, 2.
Hey, listen, better than nothing.
2 is better than nothing, but.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
The 21. Okay. Yeah, so what you notice very strongly about this, definitely this gauntlet radiates magic. But the way that I would describe it is the magic feels to you uncoordinated. I hate to use a modern example, but it's almost like as if something was sparking and putting out, in our world, electricity. This feels like it's kind of just almost magic short-circuiting in a way, would be the way to describe it. And again, it's not something that most people would notice, but people, especially with magic sensitivity, might pick it up. This does seem to be radiating some kind of magic.
Does she sense anything between the necklace that we just got and the skulls?
Well, that would depend on what she wanted to tell me. That would depend on what she was interested in finding out.
Okay.
But that's what I would say to begin with, Chloe, is that's what you notice about the gauntlet.
The weird sense that Minerva has been feeling.
Yeah.
Is it any stronger in this particular area?
You bet.
Would she maybe assume this is like the source?
Maybe, but it's definitely stronger than elsewhere, and it definitely does feel like something's off. In fact, it might even be fair to say that even Hunter and Anton might pick up that there's almost a little like itching powder.
Okay.
There's something a little uncomfortable about being in this room. But Minerva in particular notices that balance issue, and Chloe for sure, like I said.
Is the gauntlet just sitting there, or is it? I mean,
it's up. It's raised up in this pile of what almost looks like refuse, but it looks like it's refuse to you. But it looks like it's been piled up in such a way that it is, an altar. This looks like a makeshift altar, basically, upon which the gauntlet rests.
Is the gauntlet like palm out or palm up?
Palm out. Like
I
this,
point
so
at
it's
the-
like this.
I kind of grunt a little at the null, and I point at and get his attention.
Mm-hmm. And he goes,
And then I point at the gauntlet, and then I point at my hand and make like a putting on.
and he goes, and he's like, you know, like,
Sorry, I gotta
and he
come
like
over
points
to
at
you.
it and like,
Sorry.
you know, and like you know, points at his hand, points at the gauntlet, like, you know, does a bunch of like, you know, cut, no, you know, type of things, and then points at the skulls that he's still holding, and then points back at the hand, and you know, sort of points at the skull, points at the gauntlet, and looks back at you.
I point at, or I don't point. I say, Chloe, show him the necklace.
Think nothing good is going to come of activating this gauntlet that this evil
not going to activate the
Knoll
gauntlet. I'm
obviously
trying to figure out what
worships.
I think we might need to do it to get further, though.
Yeah, I do too. That's why I'm like,
Well,
show him the necklace.
Maybe this is the source of evil. Maybe all we have to do is destroy this gauntlet.
I feel like there's a little bit more.
So do I.
Well,
I'm. It's something to do with the skulls. I know that. I look at the skulls and I look at the gauntlet. Do the skulls match the gauntlet?
I mean, somewhat. I mean, in the same, I guess, because you didn't see the stone door, it would have been, but it would be the same way in the sense that they seem to be similarly shaped. Like I told you that it was the humanoid skulls, right? They seem to be similarly shaped as the skulls on the that you're holding, but they're not identical. So.
And I don't know because I wasn't paying attention to the door. So does anybody else realize that, or is it just me?
Well, everybody else is busy.
I think Chloe would notice that.
While everybody else is busy doing all of this stuff, I'm just going to be like off here in the corner, and I'm going to quietly cast Detect Evil.
Okay. So
the bard.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you get a very strong sense from Anton. No,
yeah, you would.
You would. No, there's a lot of evil that radiates around here. There is, and the problem is, Hunter, this is a target-rich environment for Detect Evil. The knoll in front of you is clearly evil. The gauntlet seems really evil. There's a lot of evil, but it's hard to pinpoint and say this place is more evil than anything else. There's just a lot of evil around in this area.
So when I realize that Anton is in fact evil, can I think to myself that it confirms my suspicions?
You're welcome to think that to yourself if you like. Yes.
Now,
I knew that bastard was evil.
were any of like the skulls like the exact size of what was in the doorway?
No, they were not. The ones in the doorway were bigger, but again, they looked similar to each other, but not identical.
Kind of like the first skull that we came across.
That's right.
Is there a big skull on the necklace?
No, they're all the same size as the one that Chloe found in the pouch of that creature that you fought.
I'm gonna point to the gauntlet and grunt at the knoll, and I'm gonna like make a gesture that I want to take it.
And the knoll is like eyes wide, like. And it's sort of like, again, like Danger Will Robinson, you know. He seems shocked, really.
Minerva kind of like will move closer and kind of like point at the skulls.
Okay. And
point at the gauntlet, and then like bring her two fingers together to kind of like indicate like, do we need to put those against the gauntlet?
So you're saying this to the knoll?
Yeah, like she's looking, like she points with one hand to the gauntlet, she points with the other hand to the skulls, and then the hand that's pointing at the skulls she brings and touches to the...
yeah, so the knoll not is like gesturing for you to give the knoll the skulls.
There we go. That's what I was trying to get at the whole time.
Okay.
Give him the skulls.
So
I say that to Chloe.
Well, if you all think so, I think you're all wrong, and I'm going to blame you all if we die horribly. So,
Actually,
but-
I don't think you should do that. I'm going to go ahead at this second here, and I'm going to say I need to know where people are in the room.
Okay.
Uh,
Are you all where
I'm-
it looks
I'm-
like?
Minerva's as shown.
Okay.
I'm as shown too.
as shown, me.
What is your distance from the knoll?
5 feet, probably.
Yeah.
Well, Minerva's maybe 10. Not
I'm
really.
right
Maybe
like that.
7. Yeah, 5 to 7. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead while the knoll is not paying attention and everybody else is off
boy.
fidgeting and doing their own thing. I'm going to cast my breath weapon, which does 2d6 lightning damage.
Treachery.
Really?
In a cone or a line?
I was gonna say.
It is a line.
Okay.
It is 5 feet wide. Hold on, let me get this prescription. The
On the
description
knoll, I'm guessing.
is
Oh.
5 by 30 foot line.
Okay. 10, 15,
So I am I'm directly behind the knoll, and everybody should be in safety unless somebody isn't in safety.
So far, you're right. So you're gonna breathe straight ahead, right, into the back of the
Yes.
knoll. Okay. So first of all, this is going to hit the knoll completely, since the knoll has no idea this is happening. So you can roll your damage, and I'm going to tell you what happens in one other respect in a minute. But go ahead and first of all roll your damage here.
Are you aiming at the gauntlet?
No, he's aiming at the knoll.
It is 2d6 of damage. It's giving me like a DC of 12 dex.
Right.
So
He's
I'm
not.
not
He's
sure.
going to automatically fail that roll. He's not even looking at you.
Got it.
So since it's a long line, it just basically just says it's a straight line, so it implies that kind of goes through things. Is that thing going to also hit the gauntlet?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because it's
That's what
not
I
only
was
going to
worried
hit the
about.
gauntlet. I'm going to tell you what it does, but roll this damage first in a minute. But yes, you are 100% accurate about that. There's something else about that too, which I'll talk about in a minute.
Well, and plus, you remember you get 2 to inspire also.
Not to damage. I
Yeah,
don't
not to
think.
damage though.
Oh,
on
not
a
to
bonus
damage,
extent.
no.
Okay, so it's going to do 5. Now, the good news, assuming you really wanted to get rid of this knoll, is that you said it was 30 feet, right? So
Yes.
5, 10, 15, 20, bounce, 25, 30. So it's going to hit the knoll again for another 2d6 points of damage on the way back. So roll 2d6 again, and we're talking about the knoll, and I'll deal with the gauntlet in a minute. Okay,
Done.
so 6 more. So 11. So this thing's like so it's completely zapped. So the good news is the knoll is not dead, but the knoll is definitely hurt. Like you have struck a solid blow if you wanted to eliminate this thing. As it hits the gauntlet, though, the lightning, the energy hits the gauntlet, and the gauntlet, instead of it bounces back off the gauntlet and hits the knoll, as I said. But the gauntlet itself now begins to glow and spark. And Chloe, the energy that you sensed coming off of it magically is now essentially, if you could imagine yourself looking at it with like a filter over imagine that you had like a filter so you could see normal vision plus your filtered vision. The sparking of the lightning is coming at the same exact level as the magic, non-visible sparking you were seeing. So it's as if it's now visibly reflecting the sparking that you were seeing. And so the bzz off this gauntlet, and it's glowing and beginning to just spark.
Minerva turns and runs for the door.
There is this massive explosion. Now, what we're going to talk about here, so all of you who are within that radius, including the knoll, are going to take damage.
Oh, great.
So let's see. I'm going
Would
to ask.
Minerva have made it if she
No,
noticed it started
it's
to
bigger
pop?
than this. All of you are going to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please. We're going to see how much damage this actually is.
No.
Including me, or would that be too far?
It
man,
is
this is gonna suck.
going to include you also. Yes, Hunter.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Okay, what do we got?
13.
Oh no, the
Oh,
20s
no.
have been used up. Oh no, Anton with the 1. All right.
Oh,
So we have a 13. We have a 13. We have a 1. And then we have. Did you roll? Oh yeah. Give that for me, Esterma.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6. Okay. So everyone is going to be hit by this. Okay. So the bad news, it explodes. All of you are going to take 15 points of damage as you are blown back against the walls.
I'm dead.
So
I'm dead.
Straight
dead.
So's the Knoll. Now, all of you are unconscious, not dead. The Knoll hits the ground. Knoll bro
15.
kind
Yeah,
of lies
barely.
there. So you're all kind of like lying on the ground and unconscious. And as you are unconscious, not dead, and when you gradually come back to consciousness, I would say that it's probably Hunter, who's the first one to see this. You were lying on the ground, and you are sort of staring upwards as you gradually come back. Everything hurts. Your skin tingles. Every part of your body hurts, Hunter. And you look around, and you can see that you are next to your 3 compatriots, all of whom are lying on the ground on some kind of strange stone slab. You're all tied. You are all looking up. And staring over you, Hunter, is what looks like a white-haired and wild-haired human who has a long, white, wispy beard and these dark eyes. So dark that at first you don't really notice, and then you see that reflected in the torchlight that is surrounding this room in which you've discovered yourself, that the dark pits of his eyes are actually just that. There are no whites of his eyes. It's just dark orbs staring down at you. And he he's wearing a deep purple cloak with strange symbols, and around his neck is a skull, this one looking like a much nicer version of the ones that we've been talking about all along. And on his left hand, you can see he has the gauntlet. It is sparking and energizing, and as he closes his mailed fist, you can see the sparks arcing around it. And he leans down over you and he says, "I would like to thank you for having done what you could to bring back what once was here and then was lost. Congratulations, adventurer. I am Emirkol. Thank you for returning me to the realm." And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
Minerva's like, I hope you're happy.
Yeah, no doubt.
I saw this happening. I do need to point out, you're not technically dead. Who knows what could happen next in this adventure, but that is going to do it for us for today. This was a lot of fun, folks.
Yeah, it was.
And I was really having fun with seeing what you were doing with the Knoll. And the thing I hadn't even considered was the detecting evil, where you're like, wait, so he's also evil? It's just like as if that was the first time you're like, oh, and you also are an evil person. That was pretty funny. Yeah, exactly, Rudnell. In 2 months, they battle the undead husks of their former selves. Who knows?
That works.
It wasn't a TPK. It was just a TPC, a total party capture. We'll see what happens down the line. I'm going to start though with the bottom of the column as we're looking. So I will start with Leaky. Leaky, thank you for playing with us for today. How did you feel about our session, and where could the fine people find you if they wanted to find you here, there, and everywhere on the internets?
They can find me on Twitch, I guess. Leaky Old Man Butt, 1T. And then Discord. McPoopy Longbottom.
Both of those things. But thank you. I'm glad that you had a chance to play with us. Thank you for volunteering and being part of it. Let me move on up to Esterma. Esterma, I'm glad we finally got a chance to play some D&D. And you definitely were like, you know what? I've had enough of evil, and so zap. And we got to find out about the full extension of a lightning breath, a line of lightning. How'd you feel about today, Esterma? Where will the folks find you next here on the internet?
Oh, I'm usually lurking on Twitch somewhere. One of these days, I'm going to open up a channel of my own. And I'll be honest with you, I thought I really didn't realize that I was going to kill everybody. I thought that what he was doing with like playing with the knoll, I thought that was going to end up in a battle. And I was just trying to preemptively
Oh yeah,
end that.
It
so
did. You preemptively ended the battle. You absolutely did that.
As soon as you said line, and I realized the line, I was like, "We are screwed."
Yeah,
I love the image of
you said that.
Yeah,
too.
I love the image of you turning and going, "Oh shit!" Like running for the door.
Like, as fast as her little halfling legs could carry.
Just like, but no, and it wasn't. I also want to say, is Terma, what you did was not completely irrational. It makes sense if you're looking at it and going, "This is evil." I also know that he's evil. I don't like what we're doing. Chloe already said she was a little worried about this. Like, this all makes sense to me. You just preemptively eliminate a null. The problem was just, the nature of it plus this weird gauntlet thing, was what it was. But again, you're not dead. You're just temporarily,
I was gonna backstab the freaking knoll
at some point. Yeah, I assume.
Yeah, but at this point, I was gonna try to get the gauntlet and figure out what the other room was about.
But yeah, no, not your fault this time. It was cool. It was cool.
I think he would have actually fought you if you had tried to take that gauntlet. And I mean, I could have made with the stab, but
he wasn't being aggressive. He was just saying it was a bad idea.
Maybe.
So that we'll never know now.
You'll never know. But it was fun though, Terma.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you have a good time nonetheless playing with this?
Yeah, for the most part. I would absolutely love to come back and do this again. So the next time you're just setting one of these up, make sure you let me know.
I will definitely do that. It'll be in a couple of months. It'll be in October is when we'll be doing the next one of these. But good stuff, Terma. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Nixie, I was cracking up a little bit at just the image of Minerva just being like, this is none of this. I'm going to leave now, and
like the slow realization like what was happening as like this dragonborn, the lightning breath and the hit, and she's just like,
exactly, the dramatic
big old string of halfling curses.
Exactly.
As soon as you said Dex, I knew I was toast.
Yeah, the dramatic thing to do it.
Modifier.
That's true. You could have. That's true. Also, I mean, someone could have made a save, but no. I actually had this image. I wondered if you were going to go Minerva through the northern door, just like try to run through Hunter, and then just try to skip over a bunch of scorpions, and get back to the outside world. But
that one too.
That would have been interesting. Also, how did you feel about today, Nixie? Where can the people find you if they'd like to find you on the internet?
A lot of fun. I'm on Nixie Plays on Twitter and on Twitch. Hopefully, we'll be starting to do some D&D streams for Twitch as soon as I get my lag issues figured out.
Okay, good stuff.
Post in the thing so I can follow you.
Basically whatever my name is, Nixie Plays.
Yeah, post in the channel so I can follow you.
Okay, cool. And yeah, that was really cool. I mean, that was a lot of fun. It's been a while since I've been a player. I've been DMing mostly for the past few weeks now.
Glad you got a chance to do it. And and I'll come back to Chat and how Chat was responsible for all of this mess that you found yourselves in.
Yeah, Chat did a great job.
It was Chat doing this. We'll talk about that.
Hopefully we did some justice and surprised them a little bit.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Well, certainly the Knoll, for example. But thank you, Nixie. I'm glad you were able to be a part of it, and I was also glad that we had Trish to be a part of this as well. Thank you, Trish. It was I was enjoying sort of bouncing back and forth with Minerva and the whole nature thing, and Chloe with being able to pick up aspects of the magic sense around here. And you were actually the first one dealing with that fire creature, that fire newt that you were fighting. You were the first one to find one of those skulls. So that was what began the whole business with looking at the skulls one way or the other. How'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks see you next?
I felt today was fun. It was a bit different from the other things that I've been playing lately, with just a whole bunch of puzzles and mysteries we're trying to figure out. And I really look forward to going back and looking at the VOD and seeing how Chat led to the choices that crafted this adventure. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. people can find me on Twitter at PE Matson, and I believe SFF Audio is coming out with a new podcast on Monday that will have me on it discussing omnilingual with the other people.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Nice.
Good stuff. Thank you, Trish. Always a pleasure. And yeah, in case people are curious, so this Catacombs of Emirkol the Chaotic was a medium map, and I think the one mistake I think next time I would probably make it a small map, not a medium one. Where you were all working, it was fine, but I think next time I would, if I had it to do over again, I would do the small. But otherwise, the chat had decided they wanted to do these things. Interestingly, chat wanted a desert setting, so they got that. Chat wanted this kind of a background, so they wanted to do this little. This kind of aquatic is the blue kind of color is the name of it.
Nice.
And they had been looking for, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, monstrous type creatures that they were looking for. So that's where a lot of things like an ogre and things like this. But there were also elemental aspects to it. So hence the fire-related creatures and things like that they wanted. And the last thing I should point out is that... And this is according to Echo. They really did not want, he said, I don't want Grace to get hurt, he said, Trish. So they opted for a secure dungeon as opposed to a death trap dungeon. They could have chosen death traps, and they did not do so. So secure means that there were more stuck and locked doors, and you actually ran into only one of those, a couple of those, I should say, because the stone door was locked, the wooden door was locked, the door you broke through was stuck. So there were a lot more closed doors than might have been the case elsewhere, and that was all due to the will of chat, basically.
So that spiral was just a spiral. There was nothing special about it.
There were
For
that
the
was
water?
part of the description. There might have been something that was part of it. I was also making a lot of improv adjustments as I went along for stuff. So there might have been adjustments in terms of how that all played out. The water was hot because of the creature that had been touching the water, though. So that was pretty clear.
I just meant like in the essence of sort of like following like the path.
Right.
Of like the spiral.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the real question is, did we live up to their expectations?
I don't know. Chat, were you pleased with how the players went through the dungeon that you created? Chat, what do you think? The random dungeon thing really did work well. Yeah, no, I know. It was really cool to actually put together the dungeon. That was kind of fun. But the rest of it was me sort of figuring out on the fly how I put these things together. And I don't get a chance to play enough gnolls, They're great. Like, how many times do you get to play 7 foot plus tall creatures that like to rip teeth out of heads? You just don't get that much.
Well,
Mrs. Dunso gave it the thumbs up.
Inventive on how we handled everything.
Dragon Spear says above average, which from Dragon is a
well, thank you.
Definite recommendation. So we have hearts plus thumbs up and heart and Dragon Spear with an above average. So it sounds to me like you were successful, and I would agree with that. I think it was, and Arudinel just gave a whole ton of emotes, which all seemed to be positive. So I think everyone was happy with it. And it's difficult, also when you are just starting with a group of new people and none of the four of you have ever played with each other. So having the chance to kind of pick up on everything as you're going through.
Really random characters too on that.
Absolutely. This thing was,
really random.
I warned everyone up at the very beginning. It was random plus random. And I will say, you did live up to the team name. It was called Team Charm, and you did charm someone. So, I mean, you did what was necessary to do. So, that was what was there. But it was good fun, and I appreciate you folks taking a chance. And I know I will see Trish around here in chat, but for those of you, and I know I'll see his tournament as well. But yeah, Nixie and Leaky, thank you for being here, and don't be strangers. Hopefully you can watch some of the other campaigns we do. And
you'll see me back and forth.
Awesome. And
and if they really enjoyed, hit the follow button. Show some support for this guy. Really inventive ideal.
Yeah, thank you. And it was fun to actually give it a little bit of a chance, so and see what it was like. But I'm going to let you folks go, and I will wrap up. But thank you, everybody.
And
so,
also,
Chad,
just really quick before you let me go.
Sure.
If anybody out there has an Amazon Prime subscription, you could subscribe free, absolutely free of charge, free 99 to Arvin Elrond here, and throw your support behind the channel. And I have one last question. This is totally related to the game.
This is a Raisins question. You're going to be in trouble. I'm just letting you know right now.
No, I want to know if there was another way we could have dealt with those stupid scorpions.
Oh, Well, actually, I was assuming it was going to be fire that you were going to use to manage with it. The other way to manage it basically is to either fly over it or, stay off the ground, basically. And so I think you managed it probably the best way possible. I mean, I'll tell you right now, when I saw the sort of set, I was totally thinking Mummy. Like, I was just like, this is completely the Mummy. And I immediately started thinking about, you know what I mean? And I was also thinking about snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? But no, scorpions is what it was at. So yeah, if you had flown above it or jumped over it somehow or something like that.
My 20s came in and saved the day.
Right. Or you could have just walked and be swarmed by 100+ scorpions. That also would have been an option. And that would have ended this very quickly. But fortunately, you did no such thing. But chat, can we get some love for the players? Thank you so much, players. I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. And Trish, Nixie, Isturma, and Leaky, thank you so much. And I will see you folks down the line.
All right. See you guys later.
Bye, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thank you. All righty. And let me get rid of some of these window captures. There we go. Yeah, that was fun. These are always very different in feel. And, there will be other times when I want to do a one-shot where I'm doing more story-based stuff and not quite as much dungeon crawl. Normally I wouldn't do that. But I just felt like doing something different because, as I say, as I was looking around for stuff, I was just really enjoying kind of being down the rabbit hole of that website. And I just thought it was really kind of fun and neat and not something that I usually had a chance to do. So I'm like, why not give it a little bit of an extra change to what we would normally do, especially since we do the choose your own adventure stuff. So again, this is to be found, by the way, at donjon, donjon.bin.sh. And if you go over there, you can find all of these things, including the thing that eventually led to the Catacombs of Emirkol, the Chaotic, and all that kind of stuff. Incidentally, by the way, just very quickly, the way that I got to this place originally was I saw on Twitter there was this thing called, and I don't know if anyone's seen this, dungeonscrawl.com. Let me pop this up. I'm just going to do this very quickly because we do have to stop. But this is called dungeonscrawl.com. You can see that it's browser based. But what I did was when you start doing this, it's free because it's controlled by the guy's Patreon. What you do is you basically drag and click, and you've got a passageway, and then more passageway, and then that, and then you can make not a mirror, you can make stairs. So like that, like stairs leading upwards. And like you can even do doors. So you can do door, but it's neat. And there's different, also there's like polygons as too. So you can do like for example, oh, not that, sorry. So it's one of these things that like it is very, very intuitive. And then you can erase it and you can do other things with it. You can layer it and, do all this stuff. It's very intuitive, and then you can export it in various things. And the thing I thought that was neat about this, I mean, I have a couple of other mapping programs that I could use, but the thing that I thought was neat about it was that it was, I mean, A, it's free, so that's pretty cool. But B, it's really intuitive. It's the kind of thing that you're like, I need to get something, like if your party's like, I need to go there, and you're like, you could just put something together that quickly and manage it. So that's the way that this can work. And that is Dungeon Scrawl. If you go to, let me leave here. It's called Dungeon Scrawl, get it, .com. Yeah, I've thought about that. We do use inspirations. The channel points we do use for inspirations. I have to be careful a little bit about where, how I have them affect the game, Leaky, but that's something to think about for the future. So anyway, yeah, dungeonscrawl.com is where I found that. And it was through Dungeon Scrawl that he mentioned this thing about this dungeon, dungeon creator. And I went over there and I'm like, ooh, and that's what I was spending my time on. So anyway, I thought that was kind of neat. And yeah, so if you get a chance to check it out, you might find that interesting if you are interested in sort of fiddling around and futzing about with making dungeons and stuff like that. But anyway, that was fun, and I hope that everyone enjoyed it as much as I did. But that is going to do it for me for now. Yeah, we are done now until Monday. Monday night, we have the final stream of the month, and that is going to be Emberwind. That is going to be Monday, August 31st. And then starting on Tuesday, we're into a whole new month. Tomorrow, I'm going to be sending out schedule requests and stuff like that to people. So that means that we should have a sense tomorrow, anyway, of what I'll have a sense roughly of what the calendar is going to look like for September. Looks to be very busy, but I am excited for that. So yeah, you will see more of all kinds of things. The Adventure Game Book illustration will make its comeback. We will have, again, another 2 sessions of Esper Genesis, another 2 sessions of Adventures of Middle-earth, another 2 sessions of D&D with D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Curse of Strahd, another session of D&D with GOG. We will have more community D&D, of course, a couple of sessions of that. We will have another 2 sessions of Sound Clash, the new one from Brandon O'Brien. We will have another Speculate, Blades in the Dark session as well. We'll have some Kingdoms of Amalur from yours truly. We'll be doing some more Metroid Fusion next month as well, so we'll have some of that. More D&D, finishing up The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, Blood and Wine. I'll be finishing that up over on GOG. So yeah, so we got a lot of stuff happening, and it's gonna be good stuff. So I am excited for what September will bring. But that is going to do it for me for now. So I want to remind everybody about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't already done so, please follow the channel. Please check out my YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website is arvanellarun.com. On the financial side, Arv Shop, !Arv Shop will bring you to my merchandise area. You can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise and also Adventures of Middle-earth merchandise. Soon, Esper Genesis merchandise as well. Arvtreon sitting right there. That's a little misleading, $3.93 per month. That's because we had another person convert to annual, which is good because it means that person has already, pledged their money up front. But it also means, and they save money per month now, but it also means that this looks inflated because we didn't just get a whole ton more people out of nowhere. But we will have the chance to do more stuff with that. Just give me 1 second whilst I fix that. There we go. So we will have a chance to do more of that sort of thing as time goes on. The Patreon will, of course, allow us to put more money into the channel and all that kind of good stuff that I always talk about. Moves us closer to channel goals, like an Arvanaut Idol contest, like a Talisman tournament and stuff like that I've been talking about. So all of that is helpful if you can support the Patreon, plus inspirations to help the players. And then, of course, that sub button right above or below the video window. We got a resub or 2, I think, tonight. So we're at about 76, 77 subs, somewhere in there. That also makes a difference. Again, you can get inspirations to help the players. You can also get custom emotes, sub badges, and things like that. And all of that is really helpful as well. And then publishing. I am an author, so !Icarus for my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels from Athis Arts. Release date for those is November 10th, but right now we have a few extra copies left for the Kickstarter editions. If you got these books and you liked them, then please consider leaving a review on Goodreads. That would be a big help to us if you're able to do that. Also, be aware that Athis Arts has that anthology coming out that was announced last night on this channel with Marcus Broadus. It was Marcus Broadus. Too many Marcuses. Maurice Broadus, who is the editor, of course, and Athis is going to be the publisher. John Helfers will be assisting. And, of course, we will have numerous people that you may have heard of that will be contributing to that. And so be on the lookout for that coming from Athis in addition to my work. You will also be able to find Exclamation Point Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment over on Drive-Thru RPG. It's a silver seller, and it is going to be coming out in print very soon We have the proofs now, so we are finally getting to the print stage, which is great. So please consider going over there if you want to check it out. It's only $9.99 in PDF form right now, so you can check that out now. And of course, exclamation point Gray Shade KS, details coming very shortly on whether that's going to be happening, that Kickstarter, in October or February for my set of novels, board game, RPG, and also an audiobook coming from Trend, so from Trendane Sparks. So all that's going to be a big deal going here. Dad, are we going to die? Yes, son, but we're going to take a lot of innocent people with us. That's awesome. So yes. And then last thing, of course, very important, is exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. We've been talking about this quite a bit on this channel, and it is hugely important that we continue to keep our eye on the ball, and that is continuing to assert and demand the importance of Black lives. We're doing that in a number of ways, both with things that we represent on this channel, but also with things that we try to support, including things like Soundclash, including things like the anthology that I just announced with Maurice last night that was announced here. All of that is making a difference in trying to represent, again, that cause. And so if you head over to that link that is there, that will show you links where you can donate, where you can get educated both yourself, educate friends, educate children, where you can learn about aspects of policing and police reform. So these are all things that are available there, and I encourage you to do that because it is important. It's important to register to vote. It's important to send something out for voting, especially if you're in the States, but it's also important for that link, no matter where you are, states or not, to be aware of that link and to make sure that we make that fact that Black lives do matter a reality in our time. That, however, is going to do it for me, and we are going to do a raid, a small raid, but we will do a raid tonight. If you are not a sub, you can do this. You can simply copy this over, and it will go "The Arvanauts have landed," followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is "The Arvanauts have landed," followed by, and it's Arvany Hype, and then Arvany Roar, and this is Arvany Hype, and this is Arvany Roar. And you can throw a few of those other in there if you wish as well, once you were brought over automagically once the outro video is over, and then you can head off to bed or do whatever you're going to do and enjoy the rest of your Saturday evening heading into Sunday. Otherwise, I am going to see you lovely folks on Monday night for Emberwind with John and the Shadow Crew, Bram, Saad, Jen, and Marie, and I am looking forward to that. And that'll be the last time you can use your inspirations for the month of August too. So if you haven't used them, get ready to just make it rain, because they're lucky in the fact that they may have some leftovers. So as they say, smoke them if you got them, because those who have them left will need to use them, because they're all going to reset coming up in September. I want to thank the wonderful mods who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to Arudinel, to Dragon Spear, to Rock God. Great stuff today, gentlemen. Thank you as well to my subscribers, Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, is Terma, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, and Trishy Mats. Thank you so much, and special thanks again to Trish. Thank you so much to my regular viewers. Thank you to another TT viewer, Aiden, Commander Root, Feet, Gigafrost, Lurks, Nixie Plays, Ow, Wrong Hole. Thank you to PKD Fan, Queen KLS, Remastino, Shattered Antiquity, Thicker, U Christensen, V&K, and Virgo Praz. Thank you to all the viewers, and thank you as well to Nixie, to Leaky, to Isterma, and to Trish for playing with me tonight. I hope everyone had a good time and enjoyed watching it, and I will see you folks on Monday for the end of August and for Emberwind. Until then, everyone spread the word about the channel and the show, and everyone be good to each other. I will see you lovely folks on Monday evening. Till then, stick around for the raid. Be good to each other. Have a good night. Ha!